Hi, Jackpot. How are you? I don't want whatever this is. I think it's nursery germs, Jackpot. So I think you've probably already gone through it. I had nightmares about your hotel. That's funny because I actually woke up this morning and I was really upset because I realised what I should have done with the ice room. I realised what I should have done is put the bed in the middle and then just surrounded it with bears facing the bed. Hi everyone. I was trying to rest today. Oh yes, right, so much better. Wait, is Ghost is still sick, but he's not as sick as I am. I was feeling rough, and then I sorted out all the bird feeder stuff that you guys bought for me, which ended up being a lot harder to sort out than I thought that I anticipated would. But like going outside for a while and doing some bits there really helped. So thank you very much for that. I wonder why I didn't anything, and then I realized the sound. You're like, Mel's audio is broken again. I've reached the state where I'm going insane, being ill and not doing stuff. I've put silver wax in my hair as an attempt to solve my roots problem. I've had it being sick. I am. That's what yeah. I'm not having fun. I am having the worst time. I'm gonna lose my mind. So last time, Lesbian, you weren't part of the community at this point. Last time, under doctor's orders, I had to have a break. Years ago, I ended up having an identity crisis on behalf of Super Mario. Got really upset about Super Mario, and I was like, this guy's not human. Made an entire presentation while I was in bed. Like I saw that. Okay, I'm glad. Okay, you have to. Yeah. So I don't do well not being allowed to do what I want to do. I don't handle being ill very well. More Animal Crossing. I was gonna try Cult of the Lamb, but I'm a bit worried about trying Cult of the Lamb because I now realise I can't remember if Cult of the Lamb is on my old computer. So let's see. Cult of the Lamb. I was gonna try Cult of the Lamb. Have you not? Have you just tried not being sick? I really tried. I had so much sleep. I want to be a cultist. My cult is called mdifficult07, so you're more than welcome to join. Oh my god. Brown Sugar Saga. I don't think I ever told you about when we first met and what happened afterwards. I don't think I ever told you about that, but I was thinking about it while I was on holiday, and it was, hey Theo, how are you? Have I missed something? What? It's wax. It's wax. I'm pleased. I'm losing my mind. What happened? Okay, so we met, and then you were telling me about how Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness was your favorite, okay? No, I know, sounds so insane. I need you to understand. And I was walking home with Cassie, and I was like, there was a girl, and she really liked Tomb Raider, and she was like, what was her username? And she was like, what? And I was like, I can't remember her username, and I was like, she's brown. It's brown something, brown. And then Cassie got the wrong impression, and I was like, brown. And then Cassie was like, you can't just. She was like, we've been at an event full of black women, Mel. You can't just tell me she was brown, okay? They were all brown, and I was like, no. I was like, brown something, brown. I was like, brown is something brown, and she was like, you need to give me more information apart from the fact that she's brown, Mel. And I was like, that's not where I'm going with this. And I was like, oh, and I was like, you're not. I was like, no, her name was Brown something, and she was just like, yeah. and I was like, oh, Christ. I was like, I don't know, something about sugar, brown sugar, and she was just like, pfft. And then after a while, she was like, Brown Sugar Saga, and I was like, thank you. She was like, you need to give me more descriptive information about these women other than they're black, okay? She was like, it's not right. And I was like, that's really not where this was going. Please. Yeah, I was like, she's talking about. I was like, oh, I don't think she's played the board game. I can't remember. Yeah, I was like, I need to search on socials after. I can't remember. I was just arguing on the way home from this event. This is not where we're going, but this is where it ended. I was like, that's not what we're. I was like, no, you were not listening. No, it's not that she's black. Her name is Brown. So I think she thought that like I was referring to like her having like a name like Ebonics or something, and I was like, oh, no, please. It's okay. People call me Brown sometimes. That's lovely to hear. I think if I had said that to her, it would have made it worse. I'm loving the board game. I seriously oh no, I'm glad. I'm so glad. So okay, unfortunately, girl, I've now found out that in France there was a Tomb Raider Underworld board game that came out that seemingly is only French, and I've never seen it before. What you shouldn't do, what no one should do, is go on vinted.fr and type in Tomb Raider and find there's a bunch of Tomb Raider merchandise that seemingly hasn't existed in other countries. Don't look at other countries' Vinted, okay? Don't do it. It's dangerous. You shouldn't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I did it. It was a miss, no way. Dangerous. Unless you're looking for a very specific naughty's released back from hell. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're specifically yeah, anyways, dangerous stuff. Oh my god, have you seen my Tomb Raider controller for the Switch? Isn't that cute? Isn't that so nice? With the live action, already the suggestion for when you don't have the plague. Thank you. My mods are actually sending that to me today as well. I think everyone's trying to make me feel better by being like, oh, but what about this Tomb Raider thing? And everyone's trying to make me feel better by sending me Tomb Raider things, but I'm also a bit like I miss Raspy Mel. I'll get there. I've just been outside. I think I'll probably get Raspy later. Way, bring it back. I want to see it again. I've got the main one that you plug the whole Switch into as well. I think if you type in Nitro Deck, it'll come up. Isn't that cute? It says Tomb Raider on the back as well. Well, I mean, it doesn't really need to be plugged in, to be honest with you. I was just pairing it, but isn't that cute? Nice. I think the brand is Nitro Deck, but I'm a bit rubbish with it because it's got back buttons as well, and I'm not used to having pro buttons, so I keep pressing them by mistake. Thank you so much, Eve. Thank you. Isn't it cute? It's really nice. Eve, thank you so much. Holy hell, 9 months. Thank you so much. What happened to your eyebrows? I shaved them off on purpose. What do you think about Sophie Turner as Lara? I think that anybody who takes up a role should be given the opportunity to have everyone see the film first before anybody makes any judgments on their performance. So happy for her. Seems like a really exciting role. I'm sure she'll give it her absolute best. But if it's something that I don't like, I think I'm past the age of crying about films. You know what I mean? I think a lot of us are past the age of, if you don't really like the way that a film or a game turned out, we don't need to cry about it on social media. We can just dislike it and move on. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. We can do something else. It's so wild. And if you prefer one of the original games, they still exist. So you can still play that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that so crazy? That's just so crazy. You can just like not watch it. It's so crazy. So I think I'm sure she'll give it her best shot, as anyone in that role would. I don't know. We did make him fixed on it. I don't know, you know. I know it's a bit of a conspiracy theory, but I kind of feel like that was probably PR stunt. I saw somebody complaining that her hair was slightly red, but hasn't she had that tone in some of the games? Slightly red? I mean, maybe her hair's a bit more chestnut, but like, here's the crazy thing, is that women can dye their hair, and so can men. Like, people can just dye their hair sometimes. So maybe Lara just felt like she wanted to have like a slightly red moment, and that's okay too. That's okay. Sometimes people want to dye their hair, so does it really matter? I think it's fine. Like, her changing her hair color doesn't necessarily take away from the fact that she would be essentially an Olympian. She's very well educated, and while yes, she's a very privileged woman, it doesn't take away from any of her achievements, you know. But I think that especially a lot of people, specifically men online, only ever really care about the body shape, which is so strange, because while Lara is very, very athletic and has a very athletic body, I think we'd all agree the stuff that she's mostly actually known for is her achievements. But it doesn't seem to be what a lot of people focus on, which is just really strange. Sometimes red hair, sometimes she just maybe wants a red hair moment. I'm telling you, the bubble up meme of why you can't just be normal is my existence at this point. Honestly, I don't think I've said anything more than I've said. I'm not really making much sense, by the way, because I've got a cold. I think the thing that I've said the most over the last year is just, why can't people be normal? I just think things are okay, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay if a film comes out and you don't really like it, because you don't have to watch it again. I can tell you reasons why I haven't liked other ones, but I'm not going to sit here and cry. It's not that different anyway, and I failed to see how it makes any difference. It's more of a core. It's not a core component of her character. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, whatever. I remember when she was like a little muscular in the Netflix show, and people were like upset. Like, she lives an extremely physically active life. How could she not have muscles? That is actually one of the things that makes me really frustrated, because I think that Lara always, in a lot of things, should have muscles. I find it a bit more strange when she doesn't. It's okay, she's only just traversed coastal Thailand cliffs, but you know, of course she'd be skinny. She'd have a body more like Simone Biles. She'd be shredded. I was like, auburn? Yeah, a bit more chestnutty. Which makes me think they've only seen picture of OG Games. Yeah, honestly, it's really silly when people complain about things like that, because they essentially just try and take away everything about her core character and just make like the idea of Lara Croft focus on like what she looks like. Which I think ultimately, if we see comments like that online, then we can see a lot more about the person who's posting it than we do about Lara. You know what I mean? Start appreciating giant arms of women. Thank you. Thanks from your local lesbian. Yeah. Filming of the new Lara has started, yeah. I'm a bit confused. Is that the one that's the TV show? Or is it a live action show, or is it a film? I can't remember. Thank you very much, Base. Thank you. That's big numbers. I'm really proud of that, Theo. Honestly, my book was so boring towards the end because it was giving me advice on how to raise my children, and I was like, wow, we have ended up somewhere which I didn't think we were going to be. But I finished my book, so I'm really happy. And you saw Barbie Rhea Ripley, that's so cutie. And I decided I'm going to try and finish. I started Children of Virtue and Vengeance, but I didn't get round to reading more than, I think, getting past the second chapter, because I've got to be honest with you, like, the princess kind of annoyed me. I was like, girl, I'm not really sure why you think that's going to happen, given what you've just done, but, you know, character development, I guess. So I got annoyed, so I put her in timeout. I've got a tumble dryer in my house. It takes about 3 hours to dry anything because my mum keeps turning it off. Oh, do you know why? Is it she didn't like the noise, or that's just her new thing that she wants to do, where she like goes in her loops? Is that like her latest like thing? Rhea honestly says the sweetest person, like just a nice person. She also says she smiles, seems so happy and bubbly. I hope that like it's not a mask. I hope that she actually feels like that. Yeah, she just gets confused. Like, okay, so this is the latest thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Damn. Obviously, it's not cool for me to be like, just buy this. Would you consider one of the heated drying racks instead, so that she leaves the, but then it's like renders the tumble dryer useless then, doesn't it? God, my mouth is like dry. And do I have any lip balm here? Oh, she might. Oh, okay, got understand. Yeah. Gosh, the things you have to consider. Zero. Props to you. Major respect. Dryers scare me. Ever since I learned there's two ends of it, you've got to empty out the lint. Now I go to the laundromat. Like, am I going to survive? I didn't know. I every time I've like used the dryer, I just feel like it's not come out fully dry. My stuff, even though I felt dry, my stuff, I feel like it just goes in there for a while and then just comes back out, and it just comes out warm. I feel like I'm not really achieving much whenever I've used them, so I just stick with the good old British way of hanging it up for 2 days. Filming is for Phoebe Waller-Bridge's version of Tomb Raider series. I don't know this person. So it's the TV series. That's correct. Then I saw a video of a guy pulling out handfuls of lint and Star Wars Lady, hi! Star Wars Lady, is work easier today? Oh, it's Saturday. Don't listen to me. Out handfuls of lint from one of the tube things to someone's dryer, and it scarred me forever. Wait, you're British? Shocking, I know. I didn't bring my water. No wonder I feel so parched. I'll go get my water. I'll get my water in a minute. Oh. It would be easier today. Today would be an easier day. Thank you so much. How are you? How was your stream? What did you do today? Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Oh my god, the K-pop Demon Hunter's cat. When you're 30 plus doing laundry on a Saturday, you are officially an adult. Damn. That's the criteria. Do you know what? I actually really like doing the laundry. I think I feel so grateful that I get to have clean clothes. And I just think it smells nice. My thing about I just don't really like putting it away. That's the thing. that's where I'm like, But I think that comes down to my frustration with like, I get this idea in my head that I've got too many clothes, and then I start wanting to throw everything away. Yeah, mine, I'll have a look. Yeah, mine still says it. I think yours is maybe glitched out then, Niveus. Yeah, maybe it's glitched out. I don't think that's something they would change. Taking the laundry down to the river and beating it with rocks. No, I suspend just accept because 4 people share a machine and some of them hog it for days with the smallest of loads. I used to flat share with this guy and I hated this guy. Long story short, I got this guy fired from his job, and that sounds like such a horrible thing to do, I know, but I had valid reason to do so. Not just that I didn't like him. I found out some information that he was doing that was making other women uncomfortable. So yeah, anyway. And he used to be like, he basically, my other housemate would be able to talk to him. I couldn't really talk to this guy. He wound me up so much. Anyway, and found out that he basically relied on his parents his whole life, never learned how to do anything. And this was his first time ever getting a job, and this was his first time living with other people, which is fine. Everyone has to do something like that for the first time. So tell me why he hogged up the laundry, the washing machine, and the clothes dryer when he had to do the red wash, the towel wash, the blue wash, the white wash, the black wash. What else? What other washes did he have to do? Oh, he separated all the colours. Days and days and days would go by. Taramex, thank you very much. 50 months is unbelievable. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Days would go by. That is a lot. He washed every single colour individually. Yes, in my laundry, and I've never suffered from it. Same. Mine's like darks and lights. Thank you very much. Thank you. Colours boy, yeah. Damn. When I lived in the AIT, thinking like, this is either gonna work, I'm gonna just lost all my work clothes. Yeah, that was basically what it was like for me in Japan. We couldn't really read it, so we figured it out. My mum always told me it'll come bite me one day, and it never has. Joke's on you, Mum. Where I live, we have an on-site laundry that's free to use. One person will spend 12 hours doing the laundry. She just wants to make how much laundry can you... Wow. Wait. Okay, hang on. Sorry, Kyle. Sorry. Benefit of the doubt. How long is one cycle? Like, is a cycle like 4 hours? Like, how long are you putting it in the washing machine for? Like, you know, it doesn't have to be that long. What did he do with the multicolored clothes? Do you know what? As far as I'm concerned, I don't think he had any. But like, this guy was like 22, and like my other housemate would kind of talk to him, and he'd be like, "So where did you get all of this like stuff?" Because he just had loads of stuff. And he'd be like, "Oh, my parents just buy me everything." And he was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "Oh, you know, like I'm just such a big fan of Star Trek." He's like, "I've got all these busts at home. I've got all these like really expensive statues. Like some of them are like $2,000 to $5,000 each." And my other housemate was like, "Whoa, like they're really expensive. Like if you've never had a job before, how do you afford that?" And he was like, "Oh, my parents just buy it for me." And I was like, "Okay." We're different people. On a molecular level. We're different people. What kind of washing machine gets into a fast wash? You can set washing machines to do a fast wash now, and it'll just kind of like it won't. Yeah, so I know a lot of people do like fast wash for like their kids' clothes. I had an on-site laundry at my place in Connecticut, but there was one person who without fail left their clothes in overnight every time, when they complained loudly when they came back to their clothes and piled on the floor. But brother, other people live here. Yeah, it's a bit entitled to think that you can just leave it there overnight and other people don't want to use it. Damn, my mom's doesn't have that setting. I go over there like she's my personal laundry place. Could that be like, is that something that we can like go towards, like Theo, like a washing machine? Just basic one. Honestly, what I've seen is she does the laundry, she puts it in and then just leaves it in there. Interesting. No. I'll store the information for later. We could really save time with multiple washing machines used at the same time. Fast wash, put the clothes on your head and running around screaming. Theo, yeah, where's this Kindle at? I do have the space set up for it, but it's not a priority. What is your big priority, Theo, right now? Out of interest. I sort laundry by colour. Okay, look, Raina. Let's talk about this. You sort laundry by colour. Do you have your own washing machine? Do you share this washing machine with other people who need to use it? I tried to wash my mouse. I stopped at mouse. Sorry, I was like, ooh, risky for both types of mouse. In the washing machine today, I put on 15-minute program, but it kept washing it for an hour. I had to manually stop it. I don't know what happened. At least the pan got cleaned. Get it out. What's it doing? Get out of there. Phone, wardrobe, planning on making the wardrobe my summer project. Oh yeah, your wardrobe. Oh yeah, because you got all that stuff that you need to put in the wardrobe, haven't you? Theo, genuine question. Just no criticism on your answer. Just genuine interest. Would you consider getting one of those cheaper phones that is a smartphone, but it doesn't have a lot on there, like the new flip phones that they're coming out with? Like, would you consider one of those? Or like, no. Like to move away from a smartphone? How would Thea read her books though? With a Kindle we're gonna buy her. But yeah, if you got a good recommendation, like you'd simplify it, like you'd simplify your life. A bindle? What's that? What's that? Oh, got you. Okay, sorry. Let me know where I can contribute to Thea's Kindle. Okay. Sure. An LL. The secret Kindle. Okay, so I was thinking we might play Cult of the Lamb today, chat, but because I'm still poorly. I'm sick of being poorly. I don't like being poorly. I start doing stupid things like trying to like wax my hair. Anyway, whatever. But I don't know if my last save was on this computer or not. I genuinely do not remember. Do Kindle books count as real books for Theo's purchasing ban? Yes, they do. Like, they don't have all the types of, like, simple and... As far as I'm concerned, like, yeah, they think they have some, but not everything. Not 100% sure, though. I got Kindle Paperwhite and have no use for it. I wonder if there's somebody I can give it to. That would be crazy. Hi, old Grumpy, how are you? Cult of the Lamb? Oh, no. I have to install it? Do you think... Wait, how do I know if it's going to keep my cloud save? I don't think I've ever made it into the cult. I can't remember. God, it's been so long. How do I know? Oh, should we just install it and see what happens? All right, it's installing. I don't buy ebooks, I just... Yeah, Theo uses Kindle Unlimited. Which I think is nice, but the books I've seen on Kindle Unlimited, no offense Theo, a lot of the books that I see on Kindle Unlimited, they look like trash to me. I don't think they all are, but there's definitely a lot of absolute crap on there. So that's kind of why I'm not too personally interested in Kindle Unlimited. I don't read books. I don't read enough books. Unlimited trash. Yeah, there's a lot of crap on there. Not all of it is crap, but there's a lot of crap on there. Okay. Kindle Unlimited. If you watch Amazon Prime Video, like they've got like some of it's actually stuff that you've been wanting to see, but some of it, some of that is like someone's high school project that's now made it onto Amazon Prime. Well, I don't know why, but it's there. Most of it's a bit, yeah. And I feel the same with Kindle. However, the last time I used Kindle Unlimited was a long time ago. But on my Kindle, when it advertises things like books, because I got the one if you pay £10 less than it advertises books to you, it's like get Kindle Unlimited, and it'll be things like, he's her teacher. She feels lost. Are they a match made in heaven? Or is this a disaster waiting to happen? And I'm like, it's a disaster waiting. It's a disaster. Yeah, there's a lot of crap. I'm just going to go get my water check, so I'm a bit parched. Here's one. Slow burn. Sometimes the best recipes include an unexpected twist. I know this is really judgmental, but I wouldn't read a book called Slow Burn because that sounds really boring. No. Sure. Has this always been brown? I don't know, whatever. Not only as expected twists. I want to show you a pin that I bought in Malaysia. That was really funny. Does anybody... Sorry, this is a really, really silly question. Does anybody remember when last time I played Call... Did I use a controller? How did I play this game? Thank you, chat. thought a Netrunner got her. What the hell is that? What's that? What's a Netrunner? Mel Everett informed me that I've had to cone. I thought you said clone. Your cat shows up licking her fur to annoy me, but this gives her extra hairballs. Rhea is in the cone of shame. A cyberpunk. Ah. Still don't know what it means, but thank you. I thought they hacked your brain, gal. Grab a controller. Oh, okay. Is this plugged in? Looks like it's plugged in. I threw my Starfield controller in the bin. Felt bad, but it doesn't work, so we're on to this one. We're on to the Quarry controller now, chat. We'll see how long this one lasts. As a display piece? No. No, I think I won't. Oh, it's just going to open in full screen. Hang on a minute, chat. I might not be able to see what's going on. Oh, no, not full screen. Could you sell those online for parts not working? Can you? I mean, the bin hasn't been taken out yet. I could take it back out. Oh, it's a whole thing. Is it really? Oh, I should try then. Oh, I didn't know about that. Thank you. Ah! Oh, maybe jump. Sorry, I'm trying to make this fit. There we go. And then the audio. There we go. Is that too loud? I tried to separate the audio on games, but sometimes I forget about it. Okay. I don't know if I've still got my old save. Do I need to buy the DLC? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't think I've got any of them. Oh, it's a paid DLC. Right, well, let's just see if I've got the old save. Let's just see what happens. I don't think it's there. It's here! Right, okay, wait. I don't mind buying it. Which one? Which one do you guys recommend? Has Mel finished any? No. Oh, it's only, oh my God, so I have to, okay, oh, got you, okay. So we should carry on. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, Star Wars Lady and I are married. If we see anyone who's been banned, we need to sacrifice them. Oh, I was going to update my category. Okay. Sorry, what do we do in this game? Oh my God, I turned it off, didn't I? Because I forgot to turn it off for 3 years, and now I need to enable it again. It's really funny. Extensions. Yes, hang on, you're correct. I need to add in. How? All extensions. It was Cult of the Lamb. Search. Companion of the Lamb. That's the one, I think. Add. You must configure this 30 part that before you go live. Before I go live? Oh, are you joking? Extension is now active. It should be fine. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. I'm so terrible. Wait, hang on a minute. Let me just check. It's not gonna. Do I have to connect with Twitch? Twitch integration configuration. Configure. All right, it's set to the. Yeah, okay, it's set. Will that include? I actually can't remember. Authorize. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to authorize. Let me see what I can do. You can see it. Does it work now? Right. Let's try for a little bit and see if it works. We can't redeem anything though. But I think an icon has appeared. Okay. I think though you can't redeem it yet. Twitch integration has reached mobile. Viewers will be able to interact with the integration on the go. Additions to existing features include the option for viewers to add clothing to their follower. Twitch integration improved. We have improved the overall health and flow of the Twitch integration. You can now also play Knucklebones against Twitch chat. Build the Knucklebones table. Oh gosh, I have not played this in a long time. Okay, a follower quest. I need to collect what? What? All of this needs to be emptied, chat. Does it? Hi, Ken. We've got Michael. We've got Nick. Oh my god, Creative Griffin is so real. Okay, there's a lot of you lot here. Mr. Piggy! Let's see. Gosh, okay, I actually have no memory of anything that's going on. So, I'm kind of, there's a lot of sick people. I don't know if I want to be in this cult anymore. Hello. Oh, Michael and V6 have become friends. That's nice. I think everyone's pretty happy with me. Totem contributions. Okay, you guys have been doing a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much for the hydrate. View upgrades. Chat, this game's harder than I remember. Right, okay, alright, well, let's... Is this the toilet? Who's this? Dover's died. Nagini has died. Oh, we need to bury Nagini, otherwise everyone's gonna get really distressed, aren't they? Where? Prepare for burial. Okay, where? Huh? Okay, chat, I really like... Can you all please move out of the way? Can you move? Do I have Nagini? I don't have Nagini's... Where's Nagini's body? Okay, alright, thank you, everybody. Right, okay, here we go. No! Bury. Okay, all right, we're doing, okay, I'm trying, oh gosh, Speak, you're not well. You're really bad. Go to bed. You don't need me to tell you that. And who did you give the no sleeping bracelet to? That one we gave to May. Zero, you old age. Okay, AC, thank you for doing that. That's nice of you. Okay, let's see what we got. I don't even know what we're about to do. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be anyone in here that we've banned, you know? Good work, chat. Okay, take these out. Can I should do something. I've been banned. Can I still? You can, yeah. Everyone feels great. Okay. Upgrade and expand. We can do that, surely. That sounds fine to me. That sounds nice. Draw 4 tarot cards at the start of run, but none can be drawn after. Play as the lamb's wicked counterpart, the goat. No. Let's see. What's this one? Fleece of all hearts will be replaced 1.5. I've got damage dealt increases after each kill, but resets when hit. Oh, that's all right. I don't have anything to spend. I thought I had something to spend. Can I spend this? No, I have nothing to spend. I think what we should do is we should do something nice for you all, and have a feast. Good work, everybody. How kind of you. I don't let Michael eat. That's wasted resources. Twitch chat deciding my fate. Right, well, you all need to remember I just fed you all. Okay, so, okay. Oh, Clementine. We haven't seen Clementine in a while. Let's see. Okay, we should... Where's everybody going? What's happening all of a sudden? Oh, everyone's going to bed. What the hell is this? Oh, we've got a chest to open. That's nice. Who did we eat? What? Nobody. A follower has pooped out something special thanks to Twitch chat. Thank you. Okay, while you're all sleeping, I guess I should go on a journey. Oh God, I can't remember how to do anything. That's my cult. But I need to try and defeat things like heretics and stuff, don't I? How far was I? Oh! How many okay, oh no! You don't seem to like chat's special poo. You know, I think there's other gifts which would have been better. Okay, here we go. Right, then this should work. All right, let's see. There we go. Does this work? There we go. I think this. You don't see any pop-ups? Oh, one. Okay, what if you refresh? Maybe refresh, because it's working. Okay. Raffle is in progress. Okay, sweet. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah, okay, I've just checked it on my end too. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I'm glad we've got it to work again. The option's gone. What if you refresh? Maybe I was too slow? On Game Pass, damn. It's been like a year. Biscuit seems to be enjoying it. Only 9 participants for now. I'll leave it a little bit. I think I joined. Fingers crossed. Alright, chat, I'll end the raffle in about a minute. I was only able to make a character from clicking the link once it popped up on the side panel I opened up. If you're already in the cult, can you join again? No, I don't think so. It's a bit booked on my end. Could be my browser. But okay, you got it. Okay, nice. I'll give you guys a bit more, well, like a minute or so, more to join. When I recruit, like I just recruit, like save somebody. That's how I recruit more followers. Refreshing over and over works eventually. I wonder if there's something I need to do to make it easier. Infinite wealth, the mail order, nice. Sometimes it just do be that way, you know? Like sometimes you're just like, I'm gonna try this game, and then like you're like, actually it wasn't that bad. And then all of a sudden you realise, I could probably play all the others in the most disgraceful order. There's also a thing that lets us see everybody is already in. That's pretty cool. Oh, really? It's pretty cool. I think it's so. Oh yeah, cool. I know it's quite a lot to ask, but I wish more games had like integrations. All right, I'm gonna end it. Zonta, welcome on in. Very cute. Welcome on in, Zonta. Your traits include something that I can't necessarily understand, so whatever. Well, I'll just accept it. Worship at the shrine to generate devotion. Tend to the available farm plot tasks. I'd like it if you help me with the farm, please. Why? It says collect divine inspiration. That's what I'm trying to do. Press A to collect divine inspiration. Whatever. I'm gonna go. Does this do anything? I can't see anything. Amber, welcome on in. Hi everyone, my name's Mel. I cross 07. I like to classify myself as extreme makeup athlete. Welcome on in. How are you? What did you do on stream today? So, to be truthful with you, this is not my normal stuff. Normally on stream I'd be doing like body paints and makeup looks, but I'm poorly. So we're taking it easy today. Hi Kim. Hi sir. Hi Space Tiles. Right, okay, there's that spider. Have I done, so that one's all red. How many heretics have I, oh look, there's 2 more chains left. So I think I need to go back and do like this. Oh, cool, you finished the DLC, how was it? I still haven't done the original game. Hi Arthel, how are you doing? Oh my god, I don't know if I can even remember how to play. Oh my god, I can't remember. Read? What does this say? Can recommend it. We've actually finished all the main game and the DLC now. Buy a few side quests and items. That's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't realise there were so many DLCs available. I thought there was just one. I'm really out of touch. I don't think I've played it for about 4 years today, so first time, and I'm really struggling to remember what to do. Entering the lands of the Bishop Shamura, those who do not follow the ways of the old faith will be destroyed. Okay. Let's see. I can't remember. Okay. Okay, so we've got square. What's this doing? Well, I've introduced a nice new core game mechanic which changed a few things, which was appreciated. But like quality of life updates or different. What do these buttons do? Oh, it's spiky now. Oh, there's quite a lot of them. There's a lot. So some quality of life things that mostly makes your life a little bit more difficult if you've made it late into the game, like new challenges. Okay, well that's pretty good. I mean, if you've played it that much though, which it sounds like you've played it quite a lot, then it sounds like that would be really useful, like to have something so it's not just repetitive. Because I think some games, like after a while, the challenge kind of goes away and it's just repetition, isn't it? What's this? How do I do, what do I do with, oh, whoops, I don't think I should have done that. What's that? Let's go this direction. Oh, there's another one. Ah. They can die from that thing. It's like a Tomb Raider trap. Ah! Has our special poo helped yet? I don't think so. I don't think it has, you know. Oh, look, it goes away. Everything goes away. Okay, all right. We might not make it through this one. I'm just letting you know. I'll certainly try. Oh no! Was this just... Oh, I can't exit that way. All right, this was just to gain something. I don't think I've remotely played it as much as a lot of other people, but I do absolutely tear through games. Nice. Whoa. Whoa. Poison all active enemies. But it doesn't look like I can take anything though. Oh. Rain down a storm of lightning. Okay. Relics are powerful items imbued with the power of faith. They can be used to perform attacks or special actions. Hi Zero, how are you? I'm so on time. No worries at all. V6, hi. Thank you for the tier 2 90 months as well. Thank you. V6, we found you in here. You're still here. I do. I need a bit of a refresher, yeah. Relics can be used once they are fully charged. Charge them by dealing damage. Oh, okay. Some relics can be used multiple times, but others are fragile and can only be used once. That's what that means. Okay. How are you feeling? I feel better. I went outside for a little bit today. I'm really grateful. Thank you very much for buying me the stuff for like the bird feeders. And I was putting them out in the garden. I had a bit of trouble with the one that with the bracket that you put on I had a bit of trouble with the bracket that you put on the concrete post, but I managed to force it. I managed to make it fit basically by using a heat gun to bend it open a bit. Once I had done that, it was fine. Am I alive? You are alive! I thought I was sacrificed. I didn't sacrifice anyone. I'm pretty sure I've never sacrificed anyone in the game. My only thing is, if someone's been banned, then I'll sacrifice them. I don't think I actually sacrificed anyone. I'm actually a really nice cult leader. Nice cult leader. Yeah, but I feel better after going outside for a while. You know how I can go forward, like up or down here? Is there a way to tell? Oh, it's in the map up there, look. Oh. Alright, doesn't matter. Okay, so. I did another feast. Oh! They can like Spider-Man out of here. Okay, so I need to defeat some of the heretics to make you guys believe in me a bit more. And then that'll unlock the chains. I've seen there's a game on Game Pass called Wreckfest, which is sort of a racing game, but you can drive into other cars and wreck them. There's multiplayer, I think you can create private. It might be a fun community game one day. Especially if it's on Game Pass. Wait, is it free anyway? I only give you guys poop soup if you actually ask for it. Uh-oh. What's this? I need to get some more hearts because I'm running into stuff a bit. I'm a little bit too, I've forgotten the ways of the runaway. Oh, there's one more. Is there a heart here? I need to run away more. You can race lawnmowers too. Oh. Oh, we unlocked a new area. I finished my book today, chat. Thank God. I think the first few chapters were really interesting. And some of the studies were really nice, but then it kind of told me how I should raise my children. And that's a little bit irrelevant to me. And I also don't want to like tell other people that information because it sounds like I'm trying to tell people how to raise their children when I don't have any children. Do you know what I mean? Did you have left for the rest of it? 3! I'm trying to read 5 books this year because I'm kind of like not good at reading books consistently. Remember, I'm really bad at that. So I'm trying really hard to read some more books. So I know. So I'm trying to read 5 books this. I can gain a follower. Let's try and gain a follower. Let's try and get another one of you lot in here. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Chat, it says you're deciding my fate. Give me something nice. Ah. Did you guys give me some health? Thank you if you did. We're so kind. See, we're a nice cult. Oh, it tells you where they're gonna... Oh my God, there's another load. Okay, I need to get better at running away. Okay, I've forgotten how to play. I'm losing a lot of health, I think. This is a lot of work for one of you lot. Okay. A badger, cute. What does this house one mean? A shop. Can I buy health from the shop? I don't know. Well, let's have a look. Yeah. Oh, it's under the camera. Oh, I'm sorry. Buy a robe design? I'm just gonna go. I can break all their stuff and hope they help. No, I might make them angry. What book are you reading next? I think I'm gonna go back to trying to finish Children of Virtue and Vengeance. We can steal. I'm gonna go back to reading of Virtue and Vengeance because I started it and I liked book 1, but I know people get really annoyed with me when I say that I don't really like a lot of fantasy books and the reasons why. Sometimes I get a bit exhausted with, okay, what if you start an actual book club and we all read the same book? We can try. I think I'll try that. I'm happy to try it. I struggle with fantasy books because sometimes they're not really a good escape. They're kind of like, okay, but now we've just got racism again, but this time they're elves, and I find it really depressing. Or sometimes they're written a little bit too juvenile for me, because they'd be like, this is kind of why I struggled with a lot of Throne of Glass. I got to book 4 and then I kind of gave up. But it's kind of like a lot of, and I sliced it so thinly, and every time I sliced this potato, it was a perfect slice because I'm an assassin. But no one knew because I'm stealthy about it, because I'm an assassin. The dress fit me, perfect size, skinny. I was able to run up the side of the wall and no one detected me because I'm an assassin. And I kind of struggle with that. Yeah, Queen. And I think a lot of the time I find it a little bit like, okay. Like, I had to stop with Virtue and Vengeance because in the beginning the princess annoyed me. In the first book, she doesn't get on with her mum. Her mum's really mean to her. And then in the second book, she's like, the only person I can turn to is my mum. And we're going to get along because why wouldn't we? It's going to be her and I. And I'm like, God, she doesn't like you. Like, you don't get on with each other. Like, what on earth makes you think that you are going to get along with each other? It's been like 2 months. You never got on before and you're not going to get on now, especially after what you've done. Jesus Christ. You've done that and you think that's going to repair the relationship. You've made it worse, gal. Oh, gal, please, no. So I'm a little bit like, I'm not sure why you don't remember that, but I mean, yeah. So that's kind of why I struggle sometimes with fantasy books. Because sometimes it's like, that's it. We've nearly gotten to the point and we're all so proud of ourselves. And you're looking at it like, oh, yeah, because nothing bad's going to happen. They're a bit too predictable sometimes. He who fights with monsters. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, also, equally, sometimes some books just aren't for me. That's fine too. With new and classic, well, I just started with the classic The Call of the Wild by Jack London. Interesting, I mix mine with non-fiction and fiction. I read more non-fiction. I sort of mean about that. I'm not like other girls, but I must choose between 2 love interests, and I'm so clumsy, but also I'm a ninja warrior, and also I'm a vampire. Yeah, and then it feels like a lot of books feel the same. I kind of struggle with books that kind of do that personally, because I just feel a bit like eye roll. But I appreciate other people really like those books, and I'm not trying to say that you like crap books. That's really not at all what I'm saying. Please do not get me wrong. I don't mind if you like that. I just find it a bit boring when I read books and they're like that. I don't really get along with them. I find them, I'm just not really that interested. Star Wars Lady. I didn't think you'd be wanting to read anything at the moment because you've been reading so much for work. Would you actually be interested in reading? Oh no, I don't think I'm going to defeat this heretic, you know. I tend to lean towards all the sci-fi, speculative fiction. Since those books lean towards exploration of human characters, society, the characters themselves tend to be more grounded and realistic. That's interesting. I don't think I've read a science fiction book in a really long time. I can't recall very long time. I have read one a long time ago. Maybe I should try that because I think it feels to me like a lot of people are really interested in fantasy. I think a lot of my friends are really interested in fantasy. The fantasy I think I like is like vampire stuff. Elves and stuff, I don't really... Oh! Gank died! It's like a safe comfort. Got you, yeah. See, I think I actually just don't really like it. So I think I keep kind of getting recommended it because a lot of my friends like it. Oh no. Oh! So I think, yeah, I think for me it's not worth, but I do want to finish reading of Virtue and Vengeance. Oh. I think I keep trying to read fantasy and I keep getting annoyed. I don't know why I keep trying, it's my own fault. I've never really been interested in it, but I think I just keep trying because everyone's talking about it. Like maybe I've just got FOMO. Maybe that's what it is. Oh my god, I keep running into it all. What a fool. Oh no. I hope there's a heart somewhere. Oh my god. Ah! Have you read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? No. I thought that was a film. A heart! Oh my god. I feel so grateful, but there's only one. Oh wait, can't I bring a member of the chat with me, please? Like historical fiction? Movie adaptations do a particularly good job of? Ah, okay. I just finished reading The Hobbit this week. I really struggled with The Hobbit because to me it was quite slow. Urban fantasy, contemporary fantasy might be a jam, but I think sci-fi might be more. I think maybe I need to go into sci-fi. I read horror and horror wasn't... Okay, no, I was reading horror and I think I just don't like Stephen King's horror. Like some of it was okay, but like the endings. If you're not that into it, it's a hard genre to find the gems in because it's just there's so much of it. Maybe that's what it is. I was thinking easy to transition from non-fiction, but most historical fiction models are bleak. I enjoy Hitchhiker's It's a weird book we either enjoy or bounce off of. It's also not the movie adaptations. Oh, really? Oh my god, there's so many things I need to do back at the cult. It is, but it's a book first and different from the movie. Made the mistake of seeing the film first and then reading the book, and I was like, I don't remember seeing any of this. Yeah, that's kind of how I thought about what I thought about The Shining. I'm going Project Hail Mary for sci-fi. It's a 10 out of 10 book, but there is a lot of maths. Okay. The Expanse is supposed to be a good book. TV show was really good, but the book is supposed to be better. Interesting. Yanks, thank you very much for contributing to the totem. Deals poison damage to enemies struck. Fervor replenishes fully when entering a new combat room. Is Fervor... I don't know. I'm going to use this one. There's a movie coming. Yeah, but if we thought that, then we'd probably never read, wouldn't we? Okay. But as a fictional book. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I need to just like find a genre that I can like vibe with, because I really keep trying fantasy and I keep being like Possessed direct hit tears open the earth to release a horde of ghosts that targets enemies. Okay, sure. Oh, I wish I had more health. Okay. Ah! Only about love triangles. I've done enough. I've had enough. Thank you though. Oh, I love his little angry face when he walks. Look at his determined angry face. I've already drawn one, haven't I? Attack rate increased by... Okay. They just stress me out, Queen. I'm not trying to be that person, but it's because they always pick the wrong one. Or I was like, oh, look at this person who like really nice to me and is like just really, really kind. And then there's this other person who drains the living life from me, makes my eyes look like they're dead inside. I'll pick them. Chance of poisoning enemies when attacking. I feel like I just keep changing the stuff that I've got. Not sure why. Hi, Kayla. Not in the Hunger Games. That's the one exception. Is there a love triangle in the Hunger Games? I thought she just got pregnant. No, I thought they lied about her being pregnant. I don't know, I hadn't seen it. I saw the first one. Every scene is somebody eating. Where's this guy? They're just taking all of my... What's that? Hello? Sacrifice health! I haven't got enough! For what? Oh no, I can't do that. That's too dangerous for me. I've got no health. I've got 2 hearts. Oh, come on! Oh my god, no. Oh no. There's a lot happening, isn't there? Star Wars Lady is starving. Okay, look. Evidence that Star Wars Lady isn't dead. I gave you a feast like 2 days ago. But she spends 3 books trying to gaslight herself that she doesn't love Peter. Peter. Brother! Just let's go. Let's just go. Let's go. We need to talk to the heretic. Oh my god. Oh my god, we need help. I've got half a heart. We've made it all this way. I've got half a heart going into this battleground. Another heart. I've got 1 heart. Ah! Are they breaking into smaller pieces? Please give me... I don't want coins. I don't want coins. I want hearts. What's this? Oh, that is so cute! Oh, chat, look, you give me a little bat. That's so cute. That's so cute. So for this year, I finished a book by John Green called Everything is Tuberculosis, which was a really interesting book on the history of tuberculosis. So alongside him documenting someone with it, just finished The Hobbit, which I enjoyed, though I can see the point of it being slow until the very end. I was like, oh crap, I'm nearly done. I'm almost done, better finish the story. Yeah, okay, got you. That's so cute. Please give me health. I really want health. Ah, chat, I'm not gonna... Look, it was a nice run. Oh my god. Reach it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I got half a heart, I got half a heart, I got half a heart. No! Are we Iron Manning, meaning we will die from the yeah. Looks like Theo's pillow, but damn! Ah! I tried to read the Wheel of Time. It has the Aes Sedai written. Oh, I gave it getting annoyed by it. Damn! Oh, chat, you're deciding my fate, but the thing came in too late. Who's dead? Sorry, Zero. I will bury you now. Zero. We just carry Zero's body. Oh, we need another. I need to make another grave. Hang on a minute. How do I make a... Inventory. Can I... Oh no, I don't remember how to do it. What button do I press? Put that back before anyone sees what you just did. Okay, how do I bury... How do I, like... What's up? Faith in the Lamb is at all time. You must restore faith in the cult to will leave mass exodus. Remember, without a cult, you will surely die. Zonta. Go to bed. Okay. How do I add a new... How do I add things? How do I need to decorate. Oh my god, did you just... Witchy has left the cult, okay, and taken some money. All right, do you know what? Fine, okay, let's conduct a sermon to restore some of you guys' faith. I don't remember how I edit my own cult. Everyone's mad. Oh, I'm at maximum. Everyone is angry. You're terrible. I am. It's because as well, if you fail to defeat the heretic, then they lose faith in you. People like... Sorry, is there just a bunch of dead people here? Oh my god, Nostru's dead. Please may somebody help me and Google how do I edit my thing? My cult. What button do I press? I have... Is it? I don't think it was the inventory. Hello, Matt Lee, how are you? What do I press? This one? No. 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 This one. Currency? Otherwise the back button. Maybe from within the church? Or like I have to go somewhere? Oh, let me try and... I'm good, thank you. Could look at the settings control. I'm gonna Google it while I indoctrinate one of you lot. Here you go. Let me have a look online. Access build mode. Buildings are constructed. How to enter build mode, Cult of the Lamb. Go to your crafting station with the building shrine. Okay. No, release, they're so cute, aren't they? And I wasn't helpful at all. I was struggling to word it as well. The other thing. Okay, so it looks like to bring a common back to life, you must perform a ritual resurrection. The ritual allows you to select any deceased follower with a few exceptions and then return them to your cult. Totally unrelated, the fact that you just died. In the middle of the field somewhere. Okay, got you. Total coincidence. All right. I love this game. The design is so good. It's so cute, isn't it? It's so silly. All right, in about a minute's time, I'll turn this on. I'll pick someone. Okay. Niveus, well done. Welcome on in. Ah. Okay, you can either worship or you can tend to the farms. Okay. Building. You're skeptical of me. Okay. Hi, Star Wars lady. Okay, all right. No. Okay. Anyway, building. A building icon. Building. Where did I put the building? Building. Aha! Build. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks, chat. Okay. We need a body pit. Never despair. Thank you very much. Thank you. Why do they all hate you? Look. They don't hate me. Their faith in me is low because I... Huh? Does someone need to build it? Oh my god. Oh, look. Oh, look at you all. Thank you, everyone. That's helpful. There we go. I haven't asked to eat, poop, or stream. Good. Did someone just die? Maximus Tortoise has died of old age. Right, well, looks like we're gonna... Where's the body? There. Oh. Sorry, everybody. It's not ominous. Just in case. Sometimes people just come back to life, though. Astro, Scrub, Sup, Matt, Ray. Oh my god. They died. How did the followers die? They just died? But sometimes they just come back. Oh. These two are different people. Oh, so May did die. Because May just changed her name, didn't she? I thought it was like an allotment. No, these are the beds, look. Jeff will die soon. Sorry, Jeff. Oh, this needs to be repaired. Because Jeff's walking around. Oh, that was close. In old age. All right, there we go. So you can't avoid it, I suppose. You could try not to, but yeah, you can revive it. You can resurrect them from the dead, though. So like this is my cult, and I'm running like farms. And chat tends to the farms. And then I'm pretty sure, because everyone's gonna go to bed now, look. Apart from presently. Yeah, everyone's going to sleep now. I can like add fuel to these, which is like brainwashing some stuff. Is this the one where I can like... I want someone to please go get me more gold. And some more of this, please. Thank you. So like someone will go do that. And then I think I believe I can cook badly, and then feed people. Hi, carbonologist, how are you? It might go off by the time people wake up though, I'm not sure. If people keep dying, doesn't that mean that eventually you run out of followers? Yeah. Do you, the followers pick the crops, they tend to the farms, if I request it. But it's a lot of work, as you can probably tell. So if we wait until the morning, which is soon, has all this food gone bad? No, it's all right still. If we wait, here we go, morning time, then we can conduct a sermon. But when I go away to do like the fighting, I'm away for like 3 days, and then people start losing faith in me, especially if I lose. So then they're like... Yeah, see, like a bunch of people are coming to eat. I've returned with chicken. Welcome back. Honestly. Oh, thank you, V6. V6 is summoning gold from I don't want to know where. I can summon one of you lot as a demon, I think, as well. Okay. More starting heart. Suture projectile. Oh, yeah, at an enemy every few seconds. Okay, cool. Let's turn Issa into a demon. Genuinely, I don't think Issa will mind. Okay, and then we need to conduct a sermon. There's so many things to do. So the slay demon. Okay, we need to conduct a sermon and make sure that you all are feeling very faithful towards me. The Crusade, that's what they're called. I can't believe I've forgotten so much. Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you very, very much for the stream. Maybe we should perform some kind of... What ritual can we perform Your followers will not work for a day and gain 80 faith. Sure, I call the day off. Temporary increased devotion or spirit at your shrine. Resurrection. Catch double fish for 2 days. Loyalty enforcer. A ritual to put forward your loyal enforcer patrolling the cult and raising the loyalty followers. Ascend follower before ritual to a temple, which you can ascend a follower's spirit to a higher plane of existence. All followers gain loyalty. Okay, let's just take a day off. Let's just all take a day off. These are quite extreme. Was possessed and kept... Oh, no, I haven't had that. Most of mine are really nice. Everyone, you can take a day off. I know, it looks like I'm really generous, but that's the first day off you've all had in about 4 years, so. Whenever I try and collect this, it's like taking me here. So I'm not really sure. It'll be like Mel to enforce a day off of our followers while the real community gets to beg her to take a holiday. That's so real though. Twitch chat are deciding your fate, huh? Great meals have spawned at your cooking fire. Great meals have spawned? Ah, look at that. Nobody seemingly is hungry. Well, anyway. What if we put something... We've got like a nice decoration to put up or something. Do we have any nice decorations? Oh, wow. Let's put this nice tree in. Oh, God, no one's helping me because no one's working today. I forgot. It's just me. Such a well-fed... Yeah, people have been... It was so bad just be put in prison to stop her from eating people. Okay, it's kind of funny though. No, I haven't had anyone eating people. I have, like, had people die and then suddenly they just randomly come back to life. But it was probably normal for Cult of the Lamb players. But, that was the one which I was a bit like, huh? Right, I'm gonna try the heretic, defeat the heretic again. Oh my God, another follower! I don't have any money. Sorry. Oh my God, I have to sneeze again. Oh. Oh, this is a slow weapon. Okay, hopefully we can get a different weapon soon, because that's slow. Oh look, we've got Issa with me this time. Issa is this like little love heart that's like following me around. Issa's with me and Issa can shoot projectiles every so often at enemies. Thank you for the blesses, chat. Thank you. Voted to bring somebody back. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember either. It's been a long time. Issa's helping. Issa, shoot him. That's right. Thank you. God, I don't like the slow weapon. It's a bit stressy, isn't it? Oh, cute! A bear! Good, Issa. Thanks, Issa. Can I open this crate? No? Okay, whatever. Okay. Of course, Issa knows how to shank someone. Issa didn't take a day off, you're right. Oh, I'm sorry, Issa. Overall weapon damage is increased. Add more hearts. More hearts for me, please. Those prison skills are coming in handy. AC, thank you very much for contributing to the totem. Money! Alright, okay, good. I'm getting hungry again. Maybe like 8 PM is like the time where I hunger. Ah! Issa, get him! Alright, okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Oh no, I shouldn't have rolled through that! Oh, I'm doing badly on this one because of the... because of the big guys. Oh, it's because they're shooting projectiles at me. I didn't realize. Damn! Okay, 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 okay. Stop it! Issa, get him! I can't destroy the thing? Uh-oh. 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 I wonder what I could snack on. Give me hearts. A pile of skulls? That's going to be quite pretty. Decorations. More decorations for the cult at home. That'd be nice, won't it? Hearts. Twitch chat are deciding a fate. I hope it's a nice one. Enemies have been possessed for a brief time. Oh my god, let's go, let's go! No, this one. Oh! We gotta go! Are they still possessed? Look, I'm not gonna say anything. But I think you all understand how I feel when you guys, I think you feel the, sorry, let me start this again. I think you feel the same as I when I say sometimes I can't resist the temptation to wind some people up just a little bit. And Cassie is one of those people I really like to just really wind up a little. I don't know why, it's just really funny. It feels so mean. She is really fun to wind up. It's funny. She does reject the kindness, you're right. Jeff has died. I'm sorry, Jeff. Which way do we go now? Let's try this way. Oh no, I regret my choices. A spirit heart. Oh my god. Oh my god, the spiders have been taking me out. Please give me some hearts. A tranquil pond. Oh, that's nice. Enemies have a chance to drop fish. She was playing a game once for a promotion thing. She asked me for advice, but I'd never played the game, so I kept telling her to attack things at a way up level. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you do. I don't know. 2 seconds of invincibility. Ooh. A projectile that spreads... I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's try this one. Right, then we'll try again, chat. We'll try again. Ah! No, that was so cheeky. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ. Oh, now I'm entering with 1 heart. That was a mean one. Damn! I was feeling a bit more confident about this round as well. A devastating melee that also the chance to possess impacted enemies. Shoots 3 projectiles at once. Okay. Oh no. Oh my god. How do I shoot the projectile thing? Oh my god. Okay, that way, that. Lamb. Hi, Toasty. Please give me a heart. Damn. Oh no! Oh no! My followers are going to be very disappointed in me. But I did this one in half the time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Hello, everybody. Oh god, there's dead people here. We need more graves. And then who else has died? Oh, Flo died. Have the lambs stopped screaming? I don't think so, you know. I think I have a nice coal. Did you see the up dog? Toasty, get out of here with that. Oh no, V6 has got a problem with me. Some creatures here are seeking shelter. They are sick. Okay. Well, if you're sick, then we should build a place for you to stay. I don't have anywhere for you to stay. I need someone to go get me some resources, please. What resources do I need? I forgot. Go back. I need coins and I need logs. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack, chat. Be right back. I'll leave this on and just hope nobody dies, okay? Chat, I went downstairs and Ghost was like, "You're streaming." Are you sure you feel better? I started streaming when he was playing Apex, so he didn't hear me. No.
Alam ka ng bayan, no?
Couldn't Matilda. He's on headset, I think. When I was screaming about Tomb Raider, he didn't hear that either. When the new Tomb Raider game was announced. Isn't that crazy? I think he chose not to hear me. I think that was a choice. Chat, you can join my cult. It should come up with a pop-up, I hope. Not on mobile. I thought it was on mobile. Dare to live the dream and join the cult. Nagini, I found you in my cult, but you've died. Oh, yeah, what Michael said, it should be there. Let you guys try on mobile with the new instruction. That's all I can see for the game. Do you watch any of the Winter Olympics, and why aren't they there? Surely you can do the snowboard events. I haven't actually seen anything of the Winter Olympics. For no reason, genuinely, I completely forgot about it. Unfortunately, but no. Normally, I watch normally like probably see a little bit, but I don't have a like TV, like watching TV, so I probably wouldn't be able to. I did hear about that. Yanks! Oh, Yanks, you picked the little bat! Welcome on in, Yanks. Yay! Yanks, that was... Oh my god, you're immediately ill? Jesus. There's another one. Oh, no! Oh, another one! Video chat. Well done. Well done. Oh. try see if it should maybe in like the corner down there on mobile. I'm not sure. Another one. Yeah, I heard that it was muted as well. Does his Olympics show? He's got an Olympics show. Oh, when he commentates it. When Vance was on, but I don't know. Okay. Egg bottom! This is cute. What the hell is it? Cute. Okay, nice. Oh my god! Are you like about to die? Wake up and get to work. Oh my god, no I can't. Oh. Is there like not enough beds or something? I'm not, A sign. God, sorry. How is Yang's dying already? Niveus as well. Oh, I'm sorry. You're all so ill. Zonta. Did Yanks get banned in the game? I think Yanks, they just found Yanks and wanted to... Oh my god. The lamb toy? I do! I do. I put it in the spare room. I might die before this happens. Maybe, yeah. Ah, a fight. Chat, I feel like I'm really stupid, but like I want to collect the divine inspiration, but it keeps taking me here. Is that why? Hi, Mikey. Another one. Oh yeah, I think that's why. I think the cult's doing really well. Most people have died, but there's a lot. I've got a lot of cult members, to be fair. Like, look at how many I've got. I'm really bad at the heretic thing, though. I've got the cold that everybody else in the UK has. There you go, chat. Many have died. Yeah, but they come back at some part. Sometimes they just rise from the dead. So I feel like, I don't know, I don't necessarily want to like bring someone back from the dead if they're gonna like raise themselves. Yank's joy was immediately diseased. I think, didn't like V6 say something like, there's some cult members who would like to join but they're unwell. Zombie part, yeah, zombie cult members. Mikey, what's been new for you? Yeah, I got that cold everyone in the UK has, it's rubbish. I married my mod too. Dusty! Dusty Warehouse, this is a nice design. It's slightly scary, but it's nice. Welcome on in. Oh! Refine materials, tend to the farms, or worship. Please may you refine the materials. Finally. We're in. I haven't done a sermon today. It's really, honestly, there's so much work that you have to do as a cult leader. Otherwise, everyone loses faith in you. You know what I mean? Prepping for Monday. That's nice. Yeah, I just was on holiday. I've just come back from holiday and I'm really poorly. Great. But I was poorly on holiday too. I had like a cold on holiday and then it went away and then I came back and got another one. Let's have a feast. Yeah, no, I was poorly towards the end of the holiday, but it's fine. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm sad because I wanted to be painting. I miss it. Everyone feels happier now. We've had day offs and feasts. I think this is fine. I think I have to add this and then you guys use it as fertilizer. Oh my god. No, Mikey, I get that, but I get it worse. I get this whole thing of like, I probably just don't have a career. And then I just end up being like, oh my god, like, I guess maybe that was it for me. It was a good run, you know. But, you know, I guess that's it, really. It was nice while it lasted, and that's what my brain does to me. Does your brain do that to you? It's really horrible. It's really horrible and it's nasty. COVID. I did wonder if it was COVID, you know. Look, we'll put this pond in. That's nice. I'll put a pond in, chat. Look at that pond. Lovely. I don't think I've set up my cult very well. I keep putting things in really random places. And then I think maybe we also need more toilets, you know? Oh, we don't have enough for the toilets. Like total closure. Yeah, and like that's it. I'm like, oh, that's it. Then I guess I'm just done. I'm just done for. I can't believe they came back to watch I'm Not the Draw Guy anymore. I haven't done it in days. Yeah, 100%. I know it's so silly. It's so silly and so foolish. But I 100% am like, oh my god, like, I guess that's just me done then, like. Oh yeah, then you guys can cook. What do I need to do that? What's that? Farmer Station 2. I can add in a kitchen. Ah. Where's the kitchen? Oh, here. Okay, we need more gold bars. And we need more brick things. It's alright, V6 is on it. No, doesn't want to cook for chat. Look, we've been doing enough feasts, okay? Well, as you have this after your flight out and then again on your return. I've never heard of an aircraft call. I don't know. Honestly, to be completely truthful with you, Ghost's nephew is in nursery. And like, not in a mean way, but maybe a little bit mean. What the hell do they do there to consistently get so sick? Please. Why are they, why? How? So I think I probably picked up whatever he's licked. Oh, we can only place this flooring. We're not allowed to place the flooring over here. Oh, I don't like that, you know. Oh, well now I've... Whatever. I know. It's like everything in their mouth and they just... Oh, yeah, so basically Ghost and I are both poorly because they've got it. Whatever it is. But then you feel rubbish, don't you? Because like, you really want to spend time with like... What the hell is that? You want to spend time with them, but then like... Oh my God, I was like, oh, don't make me poorly. Made me poorly. Call your mummy and then they just get ill. Yeah. What did you used to do who's done kindergarten nursery. When you say kindergarten nursery, it kind of sounds like you like graduated from it. Do you mean that you used to work there? I assume you managed to graduate from there. They're germ factories. And like, do you know what? I'm proud of them for like getting getting their immune system up to scratch, you know, like, good for you. But like, but why is it at my expense too? They're so generous. That's probably a good way to put it, yeah. I thought my immune system was pretty great until Eggbottom, go to bed. Oh, why are you up? Oh, we still need more gold bars and bricks. All the new recruits are getting sick. It's these nursery gems, I'm telling you. Oh, wrong one, wrong one. That's what we need. Are there any followers on a quest? Oh my god, no, that's another thing, isn't it? I can send them to do something. Bye-bye. Let's take a confession from Star Wars Lady. You woke Star Wars Lady up and disturbed their sleep for tonight. Just disinfect. Yeah, I know. He should be like, come through like a quarantine zone when he comes home or something. When did these trees get here? Oh. Yeah, and that's it then. Okay, cool. Is there anything that I can get like more hearts? Because I really struggle with these crusades, you know. I'm pretty sure it's a skill issue. With all that fertilizer he's promised. You've got a lot of fertilizer. I don't think we've got enough farmland. But then again, I guess a lot of it's not really being used. Oh, I mean, I could have cooked really nice meals this whole time. Oh! Oh, my glue dweller's eating that bad one. Sorry. Stop. So I was really sorry. What book are you reading at the moment? My favourite book? Wow, you're good at like reading books over and over again. That's why I don't really like having a physical book, because once I've read it, I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, whatever. I don't want to throw in the bin. No, just you can give it to someone else. Most of my stuff's digital. Ah. Please may you tend to the farm. I think I need more people tending to the farm. Aww. Scared. Okay, what a view. Yeah, can you lot tend to the farms, please? How's Ghost feeling today? He's okay. It's more me, really. Seems to have hit me pretty hard, which is a bit rubbish, isn't it? Coming! Chat, my dinner's ready. I'm just gonna go collect it, okay? Oh, crap. So, let's hope no one dies. Let me know. Did anyone die? Someone died. Who's dead? Tay. Sorry, Tay. I'm scared to go on another crusade because I find them so difficult. It's easier to come back to this base and look after you lot. Oh my god. Oh my god, get some rest, AC. That's very kind of you. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Alright, good. Great work, everyone. Okay, so have I got enough to build the... No! Oh, I still need some more gold bars. Nom, nom, nom. Oh! Sick. Go to bed. Niveus is scared of me. Yeah. I feel like all I'm doing is cooking and burying you, so maybe, maybe, yeah. Oh my god! Let's take a confession from someone. Yanks. Soup ingredients. No one's requested poop soup today. Oh my god, this kitchen's taking a lot of effort. Maybe what I need is another one of these. Oh no! Another thing to get resources. Oh my god. What is it? These spoons are heavy. They're so heavy. Oh my gosh, no way. I can't afford that either. I think I'm gonna have to turn one of you lot into a demon that gives me hearts. Better health drops. We could try the better health drops. Let's try. I volunteer as tribute. Brunhilde, did you die? Are you in this? I'm waiting to be picked to get in. Oh, damn, I'm gonna have to go on some more scary crusades. Maybe the spider's waiting and they want money. Well, I've only got 7 coins, I can't afford it. I'd be able to afford it if I started taking tax from people, but I don't like it. This is a tax-free haven. Yanked has become gravely ill and will die in a few days if not rested. Mate, just go to bed. Bro, I'm not gonna make it. Everyone's dying. Oh no. I can't even afford a grave. Can I now make the kitchen? Oh, we're so close. Maybe this is easier with a mouse. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh my god, it's not. I don't like that I'm making a lot of effort to make everything look pretty and I'm just making it look worse. Maybe like this is the toilet area and like you can tell because it's got mosaic flooring. Oh my god, as if you remember the gold roads. Who can forget? God, the stuff you lot remember stresses me out. AC is tired. Do you not think you should probably go to bed? Why is nobody watering the plants? I'm really excited today, chat, because thank you for buying me the bird feeders and stuff and the bird food off my wish list because I was putting them up today. Thank you. I only had a bit of issue with the concrete post brackets that go on the fence, but I managed to fix it. I do, Runehilda. I do. I put you in jail. Didn't I put you in jail because you became a non-believer? I think you started like spouting lies about me in the cult, so I had to put you in prison. Do not do that. Nostro was trying to cancel me. Yeah. I think you were being rebellious. I feel like I don't play this game very well. Because, like, I'm not sacrificing anyone and I'm not taking tax. I don't really make demands of anyone. I give you guys days off and feast. I feel like I don't play this game properly. A cozy cult. Yeah, I'm like, I think I'm just being nuts.
Dalam ka ng bayan ah.
That's true, you're not gonna make it. Let's go check up on you. Okay. You just need more sleep. Right. This is so hard to get this kitchen. Wow! Oh no, Michael, no, no. I definitely think this is more fun than Animal Crossing. What happened to the golden floor? I undid it because it stressed me out after a while. Can I assign someone to be the cook? How do I assign a cook? All these meals are terrible. Yanks, your character looks really cute with the bat ears and the little, like the little plus sign. Aww. $50 coins. Okay, let me try again. This way we'll probably try to get some more followers too. Brunhilde, do you remember when your hairdryer like failed on you, or does it sound like I made it up? Remember that? Oh, I needed to build things. I thought I just didn't like it anymore. Be mad, chill has become gravely ill. I just left. Oh, I remember it just wasn't very significant to me, so I was surprised I told anyone. But that was back in the day when I had the Twitch app and things were long gone by. That thing's been long gone by now. Do you know what? I still have the Twitch app, but I removed all my notifications, but I don't think that's anything new for me, but like, yeah, a lot of my stuff improved when I just like turned off notifications and like didn't connect online all the time. Uh-oh. Alright, Presently is with me on this quest. Presently is increasing my chance of having better health drops. So far we haven't seen anything, but we've just begun. Thank you very much for contributing to the totem chat. You have to queue them up and then some... Oh, so I request... Got you. Thank you for checking. Yeah, Brunhilde, I think you were telling me when you were on the way, like you were like, oh, I've got to go get one. And I think I said something like, oh, is it nice to like leave for a bit? And you're a bit like, no, because I've got clients waiting. So it's something like you're a bit like, oh, no. Yeah, and then like you went and got your new job and you were happier because you said like the pay was better. And we were like, yay. You win the battle, I will try. Whoa. I thought you were getting the boss, but maybe you weren't. I got the impression you were on the boss. Maybe what happened was when you got got to the place you were then messaging. You know what I mean? When you like parked up and walked. Whoa, we're here. It's not a thing of the mate. I don't think it would have been when you were driving. I think it was probably like you were probably like in the shop or something. In the image that I had in my head, you were on the bus. But I see your point. But I'm American. We just love our cars, yeah. I guess it depends if you're like in a city or something, right? But I think most places is car. Oh wait, can I destroy everything? I can! There's coins in here! Ah! Full health, okay. For a few weeks now? Oh, damn. Hope you're able to stay safe, Brunhilde. I don't know how many of these rooms you have to get to until you meet the actual heretic, but I'm learning to be a bit stressed out by how many there are. Why are you lying? No, I actually haven't. I've got to renew your passport. Yeah. Oh, it's not. My controller's not. Hello? My controller died? Yeah, my controller. Uh-oh. So much gold. Theo's become gravely ill! Oh no! I'm not there! Okay, chat, let's try. How do I get out? Is it here? Now what? Yay! Oh, we did that one really fast as well. Look, 9 minutes. So cute. Hello, everyone. Okay, so where's Theo? Please go to bed. Can someone help me to please build a bunch of body pits? Wait, who died? I don't actually know. It better not be Yanks. Yanks is not in bed. Oh, Zane died. Thank you, everybody. Seem like these dead bodies, like, oh. Right, okay. Okay, poo. Is it because the poo is it? Yeah, okay, they're full. Sorry, I should have emptied it. All right, let's do this. I think you're still alive. Where's the poo deposit box? Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. Fantastic work. Craig, thank you very much. Hello. All right, new follower. Off you go. There you go, chat. $33 are dead. Leave them alone. I wonder how much it costs to start bringing people back. All right. Rudehilda! Welcome. Yeah! That's so nice. I know you really wanted to be in as well. Okay, so you can either worship or you can tend to the farms. Please may you tend to the farms. GG's, Runehilda. Welcome on in. I'm a horse. I can tend to the farms. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me while I'm so poorly. Chat. Hi, Cat. Good. I mean, I'm pretty happy, but I've been poorly. I caught like a bit of a mean cold. Can I make more farmland? I don't think everyone's really using all of it, but I'm just wondering. 2. To water nearby crops. No wonder. Oh, no wonder they're not watering anything. It's too far away. Oh. You're going to go to DreamHack Birmingham. Have the best time. I had no idea DreamHack was a thing outside of Sweden. What is DreamHack? A video game con? Oh, I thought it was specifically for like LAN parties for some reason. So NEC, is that like a convention center? I feel a little bit cocky, and I feel like I could just easily go do another heretic, but I think I'm getting cocky. Oh, do they do DreamHack everywhere? $12 halls. The EGX one. Where's that now? Temperature wise? No. Oh, sorry. EGX. What place? What's the name of that center? A follower has moved out. Something special. Thank you. Glowing fertilizer. Wow. Special Excel. Thank you. I hate Excel. Sorry, so mean. Oh, I don't like it there at all. I don't like Excel because I don't really like the layout. I think the layout is super ideal for people, but I just really don't like it. And it also feels like it's so out of the way. Eurogamer used to be this other place, and I felt like the layout was always better because it felt a bit more like it took over everything and it felt more special. But yeah, since it's been at the new place, I don't really like it. It just kind of feels like a room. At the tobacco docks? No, I think that was Res. That's the small one. Here you go, chat. That's the small one. Yeah. Tobacco docks is tiny, but it worked for what it was. For smaller things. I think they also do like board game ones now there. Yeah, there was another one and it used to be, oh, I can't remember, it was smaller. I remember, genuinely, I don't remember too much, but I remember it being really cool. I went there when they had like Surgeon Simulator coming out and they had like a pretend ambulance outside giving out Surgeon Simulator merchandise. It was really cool. It had like, so it was just I got this, like, you know those pens that look like syringes and they've got like liquid inside them, like the blood. I remember I got one of those pens, so I remember it was just cool. Like it was just cool. Yeah, they had that like parked outside on the front as if there was like an ambulance. I just thought it was pretty cool. And then yeah, it was a nice venue for it, I think, but they moved it after a while. And I didn't really like the new place. Was neat, but I don't remember being a lot around there, so I just stayed at the tobacco docks and then I ate there. Yeah, fair. But then equally, because you stayed around there, that makes it quite expensive, because they obviously, like, you're a prime target for that sort of stuff. Enjoy the rest when you get it. Thank you very much. Tea drinking out. Yes, bit rubbish, but never mind. Just one of those typical calls. Just annoyed because I had a really long holiday. I've come back poorly and I was like, oh my god, no way do I want to take time off stream. No way. So I was getting really, really frustrated because I really wanted to come back and just get back into the swing of things, but never mind. Oh, and I took a massive L this week as well, chat. I got rejected from a sponsor, which I thought it was like pretty 100%, and then I came back and was like, all right, ready to go, just want to do final checks and make sure we're all ready to go, and they were like, oh no, we've moved on with other people, and I was like, okay, so never mind. Yeah, I took a bit of an L. Was at Tower Hill, so I ate out. Oh yeah, it's expensive there, yeah, but I mean, you know, if you, it's more convenient, because also sometimes when you go to these events it's tiring. Right, chat, let's see who we got. Ampharius, welcome on in. Did I pronounce that correctly? Amphiarius 13. Well, oh my god, obsessed with your design. Very cute. Thank you so much. Huzzah, your traits. You used to tell me what these traits were. I swear it doesn't tell me them anymore. Welcome on in. Praise be. Please prepare meals. New recruit has joined and you are naturally obedient. Praise be. Oh, I do like to cook. What do you like cooking? I didn't assign someone to join me on my... Nobody look. Had a really great review of Tower Bridge. I suppose it would. I've never really thought about that, like from that kind of location. It looks peaceful. Oh, I didn't assign someone. I forgot again. Ultra busy, don't blame you. AC! £14 for fish and chips. Oh my god, yeah, I used to work. God, do you know what? I actually can't remember. I need a map of London, I'm sorry. Vauxhall! I used to work by Vauxhall in London. They wanted, I couldn't believe it, I genuinely couldn't believe it. They wanted £15 for fish and chips, right? And it tasted like crayons. I was disgusted. It was disgusting. Okay. You lot know me very well, I think. Oh my god, mods. I think you lot know me well enough that you know that I really don't like wasting food. I couldn't eat it. It tasted foul. I went and got it on my lunch break, and I honestly felt oh my god, oh dear, I felt insulted. Mel knows what crayons taste like. Confirmed. Because you're feeling sheepish, damn right. I've been really silly, chat, and I've forgotten to bring someone with me who can give me good health. So we're probably gonna die. I forgot to bring one of you lot with me to accompany me on this mission. Look what happens when I get cocky. Oh my gosh! Heat-seeking missile! Hi, Absolute. How are you? Cult of the Lamel. French. Whoa, 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 whoa! I keep forgetting I can do that. Well, I've got my own projectiles. Oh no, I really need some health, you know? I sacrificed some health for some help because I thought that's okay, I'll get one of my demons, aka you lot, to give me some new ones, then remembered I forgot to, that's exactly what I forgot to do! Stained glass window, how beautiful. Let's go to the shop. Cauliflower seeds. Meat. Tuna. Let's have some tuna. Okay. Then this one. Bad.
Makapa, Asapala, Adapala.
Aww. A small gift, but what is it? I thought I could open it. Okay, now we have heart. Yay! Okay, chat. Now we gotta be smart. I've just gotta be better, you know. Oh, can I talk to this guy?
Come on, D.
Want a close look at the finest antiques?
Bow.
Not really.
Bow to boo.
I still haven't gone to the Midas place. Oh, it's very cute, isn't it? It's very, very cute. See, jackpot. Absolutes died. You ordered one, cutie! It is really sweet. I think that's really, she's mentioned a few times that she's always wanted an official one, hasn't she? It's nice. I think she seems to, it seems like a dumb thing to say. It seems like she really likes her plushies given her backdrop. Beelzebub! Beelzebub. Was that it? Big gift. It's just a little guy. Was that it? Can't wait to get it. Is it a pre-order? Do they all get released at the end of the month or something, or is it? I imagine she must have been working on that for a really long time. It looks really good. Yeah, it takes a few months to get shipped. Nice, okay. So maybe they do it like... Why are people fighting? Around July. Okay, cool. Mel would get a plushie. Do you know, I've wondered this a lot because a lot of people say things like, "Oh, you should do like your own Funko," but I don't really see why. In the night, like not in a mean way, but like because I do a lot of oh my god, Star Wars, are you okay? Because I do so many. What's wrong? You're really poorly. Are you what? You're really poorly though. Okay. With a big smile on my face. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I want to know either. I kind of don't really see the point because I kind of feel like it would just be like the thing that I'm cosplaying, I guess. But also, yeah, I don't know. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really. I guess because I already do the prints and stuff. A bit of a Funko of it. You guys are so fascinating to me. I'm like, oh, I don't know. A doodle bear? What's a doodle bear? Kat, you can join my cult. I'm difficult07. It was big. Oh, that. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I forgot about the doodle bears. I'm trying, we keep rejecting me. I was thinking about how many times we've seen things like Labubu, but like they were the Beanie Babies. How many times they've cropped up. I want to join the cult of stomach flus. Kyle, welcome on in. Hi, Kyle. Tend to the farms, please. I think I need to visit some places. I made it! Welcome on in. I haven't been here. Whoa! You can bide the devotion? Whoa! Begin each room with a brief moment of invincibility. You can sacrifice a follower for it? You can use water to change the look. Whoa. That would be cool. Shame they're going bankrupt.
Ba-ba-boo, ba-boo, ba-boo, biddle-boo, boo-boo, love you, dowdy.
I keep wondering if I should try and print out some like Tomb Raider stuff and then paint them, but I think they all will come out better on like resin printers. I do not want to deal with a resin printer. I gotta be honest, there's nothing here that I really want, mate. You know what I mean? Like, but I have a nice time though. Oh, I have to give him something.
Ba-boo, dowdy, dowdy, biddle.
Isn't temperamental, I know. Whoa!
Bee-haw, ba-boo, boo-boo, biddle-boo.
I got a holy talisman. Can I leave now? Wet coughing with headphones on is a difference, yeah. Yeah, sorry about me. We need to do a sermon. We have not had a sermon in a while. I got something. I don't know what it is, but we got something. For the greater good. Whoa, I can have special fleeces and they do something. All hearts be replaced by 1.5 the times the amount of blue hearts. Curses deal double damage. Oh my god! Gain a disease heart every time a tarot card is drawn, but become poisoned after taking damage. No. All hearts will be replaced 1.5 times the amount of blue hearts. That sounds like a good one, doesn't it, chat? All hearts will be replaced by 1.5 times. That sounds like a good deal. Does that sound like a good deal to you? Blue hearts, I think they're like armor. That sounds like a good deal. The amount the court has shrunk is killing me. Don't do this! Then get it, gal. Oh, it feels like a trap. Once the armor is gone. I don't think you do anyway. Anyway, never mind, it's done now. God. On a cooldown. I remember we were swimming belly bang inside. I can do a dance to... No way. Increase their loyalty. Thoughts! I can read... Okay. Watched sermon. It was magnificent to see our leader preaching. Good chat. I had a great conversation with a fellow cult member. Saw a beautiful decoration. How beautiful. Why would anyone want to leave such paradise? Participated in the dance circle. I had so much fun. Instant believer convert. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. Propaganda speakers. I hear the leader's message and I will work harder. Thanks, Pam. Oh, crap. Can't go wrong with any of those. Just standard cult thoughts. Where's Star Wars lady? Okay, in bed sick. Okay, good. Oh, so cute. Look. These beds are unoccupied because everyone's dead. Okay, what we need to do... Flies away and returns with red hearts. But we start with the blue hearts now. Runehilda, you can join me and shoot at things. Creative Griffin has died. Okay. I'm not sure I'll give it a shot. I'll give it for the cult. For the cult, I'm sure you can do it. I'll put you in Zero's grave. It's just a matter of fact, one of them actually just opened. Alright, we gotta try and defeat this big one. This big heretic. Hey, Runehilda, you gotta help me. No, we brought Zero back from the oh. Zero, I resurrected Zero. Les Banana made me feel insecure about the size of my cult following, so I started resurrecting people. Wow, look how many hearts I have now. Runehilda, shoot it. Runehilda. Runehilda, get him. Runehilda. Runehilda. Yeah, that's it, Runehilda, yeah. Get him. cute. Brunhilde, were you just pausing and unpausing the screen? Was that what was happening? Hello, Tiger. How are you doing today? I'm playing on my Switch while working. I thought I switched out. That's so cute. What are you playing on your Switch at the moment? Suddenly, yeah. This. Oh damn. It would be cool if you could help that way, though. This. Ow. There we go. An oldie but a goodie. Nice. Ooh. Okay, what's the quickest way? What does that mean? That would be cool, yeah. Okay.
Come on. Yeah.
Enemies are frozen! Thank you, chat. Okay, I think we're near the heretic at some point. I'm getting a bit worried because it's like the big one. Welcome on in. How are was your stream? Did you have a good one? Welcome on and everyone, my name is Melanie 07. I'd like to classify myself as extreme makeup athlete. Oops. I'm currently playing some Call to the Lamb. Normally I'd be doing a makeup and body paint look, but I've been a bit poorly, so trying to take it a bit easier this week. I still haven't finished 16. I was having fun, but I thought I was near the end, and then it turned out I was only halfway through, and I was like, oh my god. Hi, Node, how are you? Okay, Renhilda. You ready? Because I'm not. Huh? This way? Special thinking goggles. Think! Oh no! I picked the wrong one! Oh well, whatever. I was just... Oh, never mind. I was trying to get rid of the dialogue, but never mind, whatever. I guess this is us now. Gosh. Get him, Moonhilda. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Where is the heretic? Need more games for it anyway. That's totally fair. Sometimes I feel like when I get a console, I feel like I don't play it as much because I don't play with as many. I don't have. I didn't give myself as many options. So my Switch is always in my hands. That's totally fair. A 4 terabyte or an 8 terabyte? I mean, from someone who doesn't have as much tech knowledge, I guess to me that would be like, how much do you play it, and are you willing to sacrifice some save? Are you willing to sacrifice save slot like save slots? Like, would you delete them? Because I delete a lot of mine. I've never used a Switch on a monitor. Really, chat? I've drunk so much water. I need the toilet again. Like, I think sometimes if you don't use the actual controller that the two controllers slide into, Les Banana, it's really horrible. If the price is close, I would go for 8 terabyte. If the difference is massive, then go for a 4. I think it depends. Like, if God, this looks awful. If you're gonna play a game, right, and afterwards you're not that bothered, and you're like, yeah, whatever, I'll just delete it. Then to me, I'm like, oh, then just go for the 4. But then it also feels a bit like games are only getting more and more. Games are only getting bigger, aren't they? So. Streaking. Hi, Thunder, how are you? A 102 gig. Did I die yet? Oh God. Renilda, do something! I'm a good luck charm. Damn! Is this game easy? Easy or hard? I don't know. I've just come back to playing it after not playing it for like 4 years, so I don't know. Wow, yeah, like I really took that one out. $1,000 for a hard drive for your PlayStation? She's way higher than the rest of us, but sometimes she doesn't do like decent things. Calamar was always a coward. This land is a better place now. This pathetic sniveling carcass is nothing more than a mound of rotting flesh. Gosh. Excuse me! Sorry, Star Wars lady. Whoa. They make such funny noises. Ah. The next missionary cannot fail. Let's go. V6. Please, can you go and get me some meat and we can cook. All right, chat. There we go. Join me in my cult. Let me in, please, before I crash out. The wish list for a month. You're so funny. Okay, there is something that I don't know how to solve it though. I have in my okay, hang on a minute. Wait. I don't know the name of it. I'm struggling. Hang on. What is it called? Like an IKEA floating cupboard. IKEA floating. Well, it's not the exact one, but I'm just going to show you so you get what I mean. This isn't what I have, but you'll get what I mean. I have this, but it's not this. The two sides don't have a door on it. The door is only in the middle. What do you mean I died? Yeah, you've been long dead. Sorry, mate. But the one in the middle, I'm trying to figure out what kind of thing I can use to like organize stuff in there. Because it's really bothering me. It's really, stuff's just shoved in there and I'm not sure how to organize it very well. I think I need to find the name of it. Once I find something for that, then something will go on the wish list, I guess. Other than that, oh my God, do you know what? Though speaking of which, I had to have a call with my accountant. Kings, welcome on in! Before your bedtime too. Sorry, Elizabeth Anna. You can go refine stuff if you like. What were we talking about? The cult has been in a death spiral, so you're very lucky. It has been in a death spiral, organizing. Oh my God, yeah, so I had a call with my accountant and as a joke, I was like, yeah, I mean, we don't really spend a lot of money, I guess. And my accountant went, yeah. And I was like, oh. Okay. It is me. I got confused for a little bit, actually. Is that Death Spiral? Is that the cult name? It might have to be. No, it's actually Difficult 07. Once per crusade, eat something to revive a heart that will depend on where when killed at a crusade, run for the first time, sacrifice a follower. No! I don't want to do that. Right, let's... You know what that means? Your accountant said you can buy more Tomb Raider merchandise. He basically fully said it, like, in his own words. Look, I got confused, mate, because there's this one as well. I got confused. There you are, May. Yeah. We've got a lot of dead members. Sacrifices must be made. Oh, I can rename it. I didn't know that. Everyone's getting scared. You can now know how sinful a follower has been. Once they have sinned enough, they will be consumed by it. Absolve these followers and harvest their sin, which can use to improve your temple and more. Generate sins through rituals, opening the drink house and dancing at the drum circle. Those whose sin shall be forgiven. Oh my gosh. Followers compete in a naughty naked dance. Select your favorite dancer to receive sin. Let your followers indulge in havoc and violence. Select the wrath leader to receive sin. No, they should just dance. What is happening? Oh my god! So we can have a rich. Are we doing it right now? Mr. Piggy. Leader. Hi. I'll just dance by myself. Theo, hi. How are you? How was your stream? You were just in, yeah, you're just in time. Whoa, okay. Summon Theo. Thanks so much, D. Thomas. Oh, Issa died. Oh. Oh. Aquaman, thank you so much. Thank you. You know how you wing your puzzles and save codes in games and do it each time? I wouldn't say each time, but maybe most of the time. Why? Oh, Theo, you're poorly. Go to sleep. "95% of the time." Stamazoni, are you okay? Ouch, leader. I've been injured. Please send me to the healing bay. Sorry, where's the healing bay? Fit perfectly. Sometimes it's just gotta wing it. Healing bay? Where's the healing bay? I think someone just died. What healing bay? The healing bay? Do I have a healing bay? I must have a healing bay. Are you coming or not? Ouch, leader. So, can you please go to the healing bay? You're the healing bay this whole time. I don't know how to use it. Chat, help me. Help. Please send stars into the healing bay. You need the flowers? What flowers? What? I need the flowers? What flowers? Oh! Red flag! Oh! Oh. Okay. Got it. Thank you, thank you. Ouch, leader. Ouch, leader. Everyone's still naked. Everyone is actually still naked. I'm so sorry. What happened to you? No, what are you doing? Just go to bed. It's just, I know. What the hell? Well, at least everyone's in a good mood, I guess. Brunhilde! Oh my god. Did I go past you? I did. Is this it? No. Apparently, to play the DLC, you have to finish the main game, which is fine. But I haven't finished the main game, so I'm trying to do the main game. I thought I was gonna play the DLC today, but I didn't realize. I thought it was just like additional fun stuff you could do. Oh, thanks, chat. Gosh, sorry I'm still poorly. I could make all this because it's out of grass. Unfortunately, we do need some more. What's the earliest that you go to bed? 1 maybe? Oh, you don't have to do time zone math, by the way. I think you can do exclamation mark time. Hello.
Dalam ka ng bayan.
But I normally wake up at like 10.
Siya lang ba? Bayan. Ah.
Chat! Welcome on in. Girl maths. I tried to explain girl maths to Ghost and he didn't really understand. And he doesn't really understand, but he calls it pretty girl maths. So everyone who does girl maths isn't a thing, it's only pretty girl maths. He just didn't really get it. So she's always like pretty girl maths. Okay, sure, fine. Go on, let's banana. Look, you've got 2 chances now. Welcome on in, Boo Juliet. Welcome on in. Right, there's another chance, Les Banana. There's another chance. You got another one. Oh my god, you're so hungry. Let me just get some food ready. I don't really have a lot of great things to cook, you know.
Dalam ka bayan.
I don't even know one. Leave me, give me alone. Les Banana, is one of these have you definitely entered? Welcome on in, Biscuit. Welcome. So funny. Right, you two. Here, look, you can get something to eat. Make demands. Go eat something.
Dalam ka ng bayan.
Ampharius is cooking for you. Can you not just give it 5 minutes? Look, isn't it a new day? We haven't done a sermon. She might stop digging the graves up. Being like, look at all these people that died. You watch, we might actually end up with Les Banana in here, but then Les Banana might start cancelling me in here and be like, she's a liar. Start rejecting the cult. I can't give her this cult's history. It's because I don't take taxes, that's why. Right, it's time for a feast. I think, everybody. I'm a really nice cult leader. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. Ah. Oh, we're not allowed to do any more naked dancing. Strip us down for the dancing. Uh-oh, there's no more flowers. Where do I get these seeds from? Is it from that guy over there? This guy. Do you sell seeds? Yes, you do.
Joking.
Dalam ka ng bayan na.
It's great to show you. Welcome on in. Welcome on. This Grace, this is so cute. This is so cute. Welcome on in. I meant the next one. It's so funny. That was quick. You like just got here as well. That's so quick. Oh my god, imagine if you'd been like here for ages. I'm easily indoctrinated, apparently. Okay. Big Mad Chills died. One in, one out. Can we turn these into actual graves? Is that easy? No, it's not.
Dalam ka ng bayan.
Welcome back.
Shalom kang bayan na shamala kampana shalamba.
Thank you, Queen. Theo, confess.
Yay celanakan. Cakalan papa yanakan. Oh.
I'm not sure how to get people to extract the sins. Oh, don't I have to do something over here now? Cheaper rituals. Am I missing something? I thought I had to spend it on some sinning thing. Oh, here. A drum circle, a mating tent. Okay. Hang on. Okay, what do we need to make a drum circle? The structure is only built once. I need gold bars and I need some wood. Can I pick stuff up that I've already built? Edit buildings. Yes, I can. I can move stuff. Because I don't think I've got a very good layout. Whoa, I put all the healing flowers there. Oh my god, what an idiot. The janitor station? But shouldn't that be next to the poo? Oh my god. I'm so stupid. So stupid. Oh, chat, we need to rearrange this area. This is bad. Okay, I've done really bad here. Okay, this was stupid. Stupid. The janitor does have a crap job. Oh my god. What the hell? The cooking. Right, the cooking's... Okay. Oh my Christ. Okay. Okay, the healing flowers. makes sense to be next to the healing bay. So I thought of something. One of the things I figured out. Okay. We can put that over there. What's this? This is the refinery. More flowers. A cooking station. Oh my gosh. Okay, so then there's 2 cooking stations. The confessional booth can be here. Oh my god. Potted bush. I don't like these. Okay, look, I suddenly don't like these bushes anymore. What was Pasmel thinking? Honestly, you should have seen what it looked like before. When I had the gold flooring. My god. Okay, and then the building station. I can't move the building station. Okay. Some stick thing. That can just go there. Another stick thing. That can go there. Okay, fine. That looks all right. Small stone candle. Oh, I'm not allowed to put that there. Right, we'll put that there. And another one here. The prison! The prison might have to go next to the confession. That kind of makes a bit of sense, to be fair. The bone sculpture that I've got. Angry Crossing is giant. Yeah, no, for real though. God, I don't know what to do with this. Let's just... I don't want to put it... I don't know what to do with it, but I don't want to get rid of it. Let's just put that sculpture there. We'll put the skull there. Okay. Hello, Mr. Piggy. The lamb flag statue. Statue of me. Yeah, okay. I mean, the statue of me, like, we could probably put that there, couldn't we? That's all right. Okay, and then I think this flag. Okay, we'll just move some of these. For the prison, I'm dead already. Prison next to the confession sounds like a setup. It is. Maybe that would look nice. Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell if everything looks really pretty because everything is red. Did I put that lamb statue there? Oh, no. The lamb statue I put like here. And I can't move. Oh my God, I can move the temple. Oh, this is terrible. All right, well, the temple can just stay there. That's fine. Okay. Random stick things. Okay, whatever. Some crystal thing. What's this? Oh, another prison. Okay, another prison. They can go next to each other, maybe? Yes, and then this one we had on the same side as, yeah, so this one I wanted to put there. Okay. What the hell? Why did I put all this random stuff everywhere? Oh my God. I know, it's so unlike you. What the hell? Like, there's just crap everywhere. I'm gonna remove some stuff. I can't stand it here. Let's get rid of this other flag too. Is there another skull? Bloody hell. There is. This is another, apparently this is a decoration. I don't like it. Can we? Oh my God, I can't get rid of it. Like, where can we put it when no one can see it? Well, I feel like there was another one. I feel like that's not the only one. I must have made another one because that's something I feel like I would have done. I seem to have worked in twos in a lot of places here. $37 dead. Is this a spider silk wall? What am I doing with a spider silk wall? Maybe we should give the gold flooring another try. Do you think we should give the gold flooring another attempt? Again, hang on a minute. Like, maybe what we do is we use the gold flooring to separate this area out so we know that this is like community services. There's the other stupid statue. What did I tell you? This is the community. I'm just laughing at myself so in a basement. I can't deal with what I've done. I can't. I'm annoyed at myself. Get rid of that. Can I remove the other one? I can get rid of it. Why didn't it let me do that before? Bloody hell, there's crap everywhere. Can we move this? Get rid of this tree. Why is there a pond here? There's a pond. Like, what's this? Oh my god. Decorate. I don't want any more decorations, you know. Wow. No. Where did I put everything? Is it? Oh, it's here. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the resources I need. I know, I'm so terrible. We're still working on it, apparently. Okay, well, please, Star Wars Lady, please, can you please go get me some money? Bye-bye. Good night, Zero. It's interesting that I don't need to sleep. Oh no. Have I missed one of the heretics? I haven't finished that one! Oh my god, I thought I was done. I thought I basically completed it. Who are you taking with you? I'm doing this on my own. Oh my god, this gun's terrible. I hate the gun. Yeah, this gun's bad. Ah! Oh my god. Do not like this gun. That's hard. Biscuit! V6! That's banana. I'm gonna try and take an easy route. Oh gosh, the cooldown on the gun is not nice. I hope I get to change it for a sword soon. You tried to hinder me? I'm staying in the grape area. Unbelievable. Oh my god. I'm missing everything. It's easy to shoot grass. Please let me change this weapon. Please, it's horrible. Ah! Oh my god, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh my god, no, I can't do it. This is not the run. This isn't the run. This isn't the run. It's not the run. Oh, leave me alone. No. No. What a terrible run. Damn. Yeah, the gun was rough. That was difficult. Your death made your followers think you're weak. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Let's see. See, shooting a projectile is pretty good. More damage dealt from Yanks. Melee attacks closest enemy. Let's try. Yanks! Join me. Become your demonic form. Become your demonic form. Please join me in my next crusade. We'll need to do a sermon soon, though. And I need to create a drum circle as well. I've got just so many things to do, you know. Can we make the drum circle yet? I don't think we can we? Not yet. God, I'm expected to be in the other room by now. And what do you know? Right, let's conduct a sermon to make sure you all know we're all still okay over here. Yanks has survived against Dolodds, mostly because I forgot I had a healing bay. Oh, I need to get some more flowers. Be right back, everyone. We'll do a sinning dance, but I need to get some flowers. Kyle and AC have started fighting. I've just found out that those red flowers over there are decorative only. The ones I put by the healing bay to use for healing. Did Mel kill me? You became a traitor. Oh my Christ. Thank you. Have I died after my confession? No. Select the Mayflower leader. Hi, Git, how are you? I voted for Theo. Did I commit hearsay? Yeah, you did. You became a traitor and then tried to kill me, so I killed you. I voted for myself too. I voted for Theo as well. Do I have to give a speech? No, you just sinned, I think. The next ritual will not require any resources. Oh, let's have a ritual then, chat. Raise the dead. Who shall we bring back? Oh, I feel bad for V6. V6, like literally one of my OGs. Welcome back, V6. V6, everyone's old. V6, where are you? You looked really sad. V6, V6, V6. You okay? Oh, I can give you a gift? Big gift. Oh my god, I can give you all presents! Whoa, I didn't know I could give you, I find presents and then I can give them to you guys. Like an effigy? You should give them clothes. I don't really think it seems like they don't really want clothes, you know? Everyone seems, look, everyone's skipping. Hi, Bully. It is, isn't it? This girl is so cute. Effigy, the character from Skins. One time, I went to a place I went to like an advanced screening with Elise, and the actress from Effie, the actress from Effie from Skins walked into Elise, and Elise turned around like, and then we saw it was her and was like, oh, that's crazy. But normally when I tell people, I make sure that Elise is listening, and I tell everyone that Elise walked into her, because it makes Elise really frustrated and she keeps shouting at me that she walked into me, okay? No! Right, we're gonna have to raise Mr. Piggy from the dead because I was about to give him a present. Oh no! Oh no, we do have some good. No. I totally believe it. Oh, I don't have any money. Sorry, Miss Banana. It took so long to gift him. Oh, thank goodness we don't have that one. I know. My poor mods. God, do you know what? What the hell's that? Some kind of seesaw? I do find it really funny how like I'm not calling anybody in specifically out, okay? But I do think it's kind of funny how like we make a joke about my mods being in the mod dungeon, but after what I've seen online, I actually seemingly feel like I actually get along with my mods. I don't know what other people don't! Hi, Wo, how are you? Yeah, and I'm always... Oh, Star Wars lady, you're going the wrong direction. I gotta earn some more money so I can pick up Liz Banana. It's gonna take me so long to get Liz Banana in my cult, and I'm gonna be so exhausted by the end of it to turn it off. Not playing the game for another 4 years. Whoa, what kind of meat hook is that? Okay. I don't get how some of those mods are still around. Who? Who? Oh, for like other people. I find it weird when like the mods seemingly don't actually like the streamer. I find that to be like the strangest thing. But like they're all still like just there. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for 37 months. Thank you. They don't like the stream, but they like the power. I think, but then I just find it weird because then I'm just kind of like, but you're not even having fun there, and then like you're not even helping. I guess they just like the. Some people, I think, see it as like, oh, I'm so close with this streamer. But a lot of streamers seemingly like make it a point that they just want you to actually like just do something for them. Like it doesn't mean that you're close. I don't know. I mean, everyone runs their stuff a bit differently, and I'm not telling anyone they're doing anything wrong with that. But I just find it really weird. There was this one stream I've watched before, and I only knew about stuff because I ended up becoming friends with one of the moderators. And there was this one person who would. Anytime something happened, they'd be like, mods! And then in the end, and obviously like, that's rude. So then, because they were obviously like always shouting about it, they ended up getting modded. Which to me, I would have just ended up banning them. However, they ended up getting modded. And then they never did anything. So anytime something actually happens, they didn't shout mods, and they also didn't do anything, but they were always there. And then after a while, because they didn't do anything, they got unmodded. And then anytime something happened, they'd be like, mods. You're not going to do anything. And they also used to like get actively annoyed when the streamer's boyfriend would be like in the background. Okay. And they say they mod for yeah, I don't understand that. Because look, if someone says to me, "Oh, I can moderate for you," I mod 60 other streams. I'm like, so you're not really modding then? You're just kind of like maybe doing shout outs. But like that's not what a lot of people need. A lot of people need you to kind of like understand roughly who the regulars are. What kind of like the jokes that, like, do you know what I mean? Like you need to just genuinely understand what's going on. You can't do that for that amount. I need people who like actually I need help. Take this away. Yeah, you can take that. You can stop yourself from being a mod now in places, can't you? We mean I don't have a chance with the streamer. I think I just banned that person. I don't want that shit. Yeah, no, I'd be. I mean, you know what I'm like. Where, oops, I'm a bit tired of that kind of attitude. I just don't. I think a long time ago I would have been like, oh, I don't know what to do, and I'm just shut up. I just think. Why should we be accepting this kind of nonsense? Oh no, I wasn't. Oh no, I don't think I was really watching my health. Whoops. A great way to source a girlfriend is watching a stream with the other 500 people. Yeah. Absolutely insane, baby. Mort has died. I can't keep these people alive. And Pub 07 open for business. But not others, so that's difficult. I think that's hard. Because you're not really sure where you stand with some stuff either. Like, do you want me to do anything about this or not? I still need one more. Right, no, what am I gonna need for the pub? Oh my god. Loads of this wood. Oh my god, okay, let's just get some more then. No, thanks, Zero. Diligent. Oh, Kings is hungry. I don't know what I've done to before. Do I need to pick all these? Do I need to pick all of this? Help if needed. Yeah. I just find it really strange when people are like, I'm mod for 100 people. I can mod for you. No, thank you. I can't even name 100 people. I know this sounds like I'm being quite hateful. I don't think I want to name 100. I don't think I want to know 100 people. Oh my god, Star Wars ladies come back with the cash. GG! Let's go, Star Wars lady! Star Wars lady come back with cash money! Let's go! Star Wars lady! Oh my god, what happened to Runehilda's face? She doesn't seem to be having, no, she's not having a good time. Great news. Les Banana, how quick can you press these buttons? How fast can you move? Okay. Oh, you can become a farmer. Look at you little happy. That's so funny. Look, it was a team effort really. Star Wars Lady went and got the money. Star Wars Lady bought you out. Oh, Star Wars Lady!
Shalom kampana, shamala kampana.
Alright, I will go. We're tired of the food here. Okay. Look, this is why you don't get food dishes, okay? This is why none of you eat food dishes. This is... Hi, Soulkeeper, how are you? Nice day for fishing, ain't it? So it's genuinely, I think it's worse than Animal Crossing. I need CJ. Let's overfish this area so this guy next to me can't get anything. They do, Les Banana, they do make it difficult. Theo's died. V6 is starving. Oh, I gotta go. Did you open one of your bugs? Hi Bruce, how are you? I need so much fish, but I just can't get that much fish. What's hop? Can we eat that? Feeling, yeah, I went outside for a bit today and it maybe helped me feel a bit better. As much as I like hate to admit it. Is there not like somewhere I can just deposit? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Right, can I now make... Yes! Okay, so I need... I need more of this wood thing. That's what we need now. Oh, thanks, Eggbottom. Okay, Eggbottom, you seem to have got that sorted. Like, so I'm gonna. Where's the farm? I think this needs to be kind of like expanded, you know? And then I think we also, for the farm, put seeds here. That's what I need. I've been getting seeds. Again, I need bits of wood. Logs. Where am I gonna get? Oh, no. Someone has to go get those, I think. Lumber. V6, you owe me. Please, could you go get that? And I need 20 coins. Oh my god. With the Super Bowl tomorrow. That's tomorrow? I completed this. Did I? I think so. Oh, no, I haven't. A terrible American. Who is playing at the concert? Bad Bunny. Ah, that'd be nice. What else do we have? Bonfire. Sacrifice. Brainwashing ritual. Substances encouraged. Ritual of enlightenment. Temporary increased devotion generation speed. Let's reach enlightenment, chat. Do me, do me! Substances. Yeah, I thought Kendrick's was really good. Did you know apparently like he wasn't allowed to sing not like us, so that's why he didn't specifically say that. But he sang every other lyric apparently or something. Thank you for contributing to the totem. Why is this smoking? I've got 542 coins there. Why is my house smoking? Hello, Road. Oh my god! Oh my god, I actually have to... Sinner. That's so funny. I can't believe how much cash you guys have been giving me. I didn't even know about it. I think if I go on another mission, Star Wars Lady will die. Okay, let's see. Flies away and returns with red hearts. Shoots a projectile every few seconds. Runehilda, we won last time. Let's try again. You lot have been giving donations to the church and I had no idea. This whole time. Go on, Runehilda, get him! Okay, I've got to be more careful. So is this what? Yes, that's what it means. So it contributes to that big thing in the middle of my my camp. Oh, this is the one that's hard. Nice work, Runehilda. Oh, yeah, so you're contributing to, like, the devotion that gives me access to, like, upgrades. Thank you. Which is another reason, I mean, ultimately it comes down to the streamer at the end of the day. I appreciate that, and I'm not at all, you know, I know that's down to, like, more, like, stuff for me, but that's kind of why I kind of like games more that have Twitch integration, because I think it's a nice fun way for you guys to spend your points. That's different. It's nice, you know, you're wanting to work towards getting your name on the microphone or something. I think that is lovely. But I just think it's nice that, you know, you can like help in games like that. I just think it's fun. That's why I wish more games would do it. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? And then you guys get to, you know, make choices for me. I don't like this guy. Yeah, I think it's nice when, like, you guys are a bit more part of the game. I really like it. Oh my gosh. I also really like that you guys get to choose what you want your follower to look like. I think that's a really nice addition. Uh-oh. Yeah, so I actually unlock those options by like when I play. How to get a hot garlic and a regular one. Nice. What's the easiest route I can take to save my... Maybe this one. To save my health. Chat, thank you for the special heart. Oh my god. Oh my god, 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 get rid of the game! No, 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 no! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm having an extra healthy dinner this weekend. It's healthy because they're green. Nice, okay. Oh my god, I hate this guy. They're gonna come back, aren't they? They're gonna come back. Three hearts? No! I'm bad at this. I take too much damage. Oh. All of my stuff is okay. Thank you, though. I should try just not taking damage. Yeah, but I think it's a skill issue, this banana. Oh my god. There I go again, taking damage. Oh. Huh? Quest failed? Oh my god, let me... No! Huh? secret heart anywhere? My faith is unwavering. Thank you. Okay. Ew. Oh my god. I missed! Ah! Oh! Brunhilde! Brunhilde, do something! Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Okay, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Brunhilde represent. Thank you, Brunhilde. Well done. Sorry, but when someone dies, you it's so cute. Like, oh, ah. Is there crafting in this game? Yeah, it seems like it, but I think I can just pass it off to you lot. This is what it goes to. You see how at the top there's a little Twitch icon? There, that's you lot adding like devotion. What's wrong with you? Michael's not happy. See thoughts. The faith in the cult is low. I need to be re-educated or I might leave. I didn't mean to do that. And so you're spreading falsehoods? Oh, well, you've... Oh my god, everyone's dead. Nah, ma, 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 ma. Oh, why? I don't understand how they made a game about being part of a cult so cute. Doorkeeper, welcome on in. Oh, I think this is one of my favorite skins, you know. I need more space in the graveyard. Joke is that you lot dig your own graves though. I'll get one of you lot to dig it.
kalabayan. Salamaka.
Oh, gosh. You can be assigned a bed. Kyle. Why is this on fire? Damn, still not doing great there. On cooldown. Okay, we need to get the pub going. Gosh, I really don't have... I'm glad Mel hasn't realised that I've killed AC. Did you? I didn't realise at all. Woo! Thank you, V6. Mom. Nice. Basis of the lamb. I wonder how I could. Oh, I needed to make another seed pod, didn't I? Oh my god. I'm sick of this. I'm so sick and tired of being poorly. Thank you very much, chat. How many, how many, I keep forgetting how many I need for this. I need 15. Les Banana. Since it took you a while to join the cult. Oh! Thank you, chat. Let's see what we can get. GG's. Whoa! Food. Oh my god, V6. Go to bed. Star Wars Lady's dead. Again. Hello. Zookeeper is so, Dusty Warehouse says, Great Lamb, Zookeeper so good to I want to impress them with my dancing in the drum circle. Dusty Warehouse. Okay, we need to, okay, but when the cooldown happens, we need to wait for the cooldown. Oh my god, I don't have enough. Ah. Kyle, please could you go get some more lumber? I don't even have the money to, I don't even have the lumber to repair it. Huh? What is the red bar above me? Zookeeper. Zookeeper. Zoo. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, it's how much like I think it's like your devotion to me or something like what kind of follower you are. How something like that, I think. Your faith maybe to I'm not sure. Where are you? Dusty Warehouse. You should go to the actual sped. Like you. Who else is there? V6 is just on the floor. V6's bed must have broken. And I'm so sorry. Runehilda! Oh gosh, everyone. Runehilda, sorry Runehilda. There we go. Okay. Another sermon. Why are they so cute? They have no right being this cute. Thank you very much, Rody. Thank you. Chat, I have a question. If I like put medical tape on my fingernail and cover it in super glue, do you think it'll stop it from like ripping any further? Is super glue safe for your skin? Yeah, I think it'd be fine. Star Wars lady, not on my watch. Can distribute money. I should do this now while I have less followers because everyone's died. Thanks, boss. No problem. I use the tea bag paper or a layer of tissue paper, like separate the layers so it's a thin one. Cut out of it and put it on the nail, then use super glue. That's what's happened. Okay, like yeah, like something really thin, but like woven. Do you think? Because what I'm worried about, Theo, is washing my hair and it getting wet and then supple and then it ripping. Supple. Yeah. Is that the wrong word? Supple. I don't know, it's just funny. Okay. The next ritual will not require any resources. Let's go. Thank you, chat. Ooh, what shall we do? Holy day. Let's throw a feast. I like throwing the feast for you guys. Follow the strong constitution. Hum 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 hum. Ah! And then maybe we do another naughty. Oh, we can't. Yes, we can. Such a large cult you have. Thank you. Most people have died. It was twice the size before. Yeah, it used to be bigger. Right, hang on. I'll end the vote in a minute. So funny. Let's now look at you. Another ritual that will not require any resources. Chat. You spoil yourselves. Marry one of your followers. Star Wars lady, we had to say till death do us part and you died. So we have to be back married again. That's so funny. Is married to a job, it seems. Oh my god, who has half chopped down this tree? It's like teetering. Yanks, are you alright? Is Avatar finally? He's been gone all day. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Yanks, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm trying to build this stupid pub. Who died? I feel awful, but this is my Twitch chat. Oh my god. I feel like this game had it out for me. Do you know what? Isn't it really funny? It's so... Oh, you're all right now, Michael. One more re-education for you. Don't you think it's really funny how, like, essentially it's completely meaningless, but you do take it quite personally? Oh, well, actually, I don't know about that. What do you mean I'm sick again? Like, I don't want to do what is it? Yeah, I think that's all I could afford. I've been wondering how... Who is it? It's Topher. Oh, it's anyone who goes in there. Is it tied to Dover specifically? No. Says you. You okay? Inspire. I didn't know if you did it as a group, then it would be more effective. I think Kyle got kidnapped. You can add a co-op player? Since when could you have added a co-op player? Oh! Oh, and it's local. A local co-op. I didn't know that. They, okay. Well, now that my hair is completely solid. Actually, do you know what? I thought it'd be more solid. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. Not it. Look, it could be worse. It looks great. Respectfully, it is a bit. Look, I like grey hair on people. Okay, I'm trying it out for myself. This is what I mean when I'm like, I can't be. I can't be poorly. I'm gonna go back and like see what I look like full grey and be like, wow, this is much different than wearing a wig. it would be better if I had dyed this part first. All of your hair. Roots only. Did someone say Vig? Vig? Will you wear wigs? Honestly though, it is a little bit tempting. Anyway, chat. Shocking. It's already been a week of my normal stream schedule and it doesn't feel like it because all I did was play games. So hopefully next week you'll have hair like Jessie from Pokemon with that. Please do not say stuff like that to me because I like Jessie from Pokemon's hair. Don't say that to me. That's probably one of the worst things you could have said. That it's almost like Jesus enabling me. I hope to feel better. I'm fingers crossed that Tuesday I'm mostly back to normal. Maybe I'll just have like a slight cough. These streams were still fun. Thank you. I'm glad to be back as well. I just want to hoover my room and then I'll be fine. But I did tidy everything. You can probably tell. It feels a lot better. But I'm just happy to be back streaming. I just want to get back into doing makeup because if I don't do it for like more than 3 days, I convince myself that like that's it then. Retirement. So I need to do it because it stresses me out. And I stress myself out with it. So yeah, I've got to work on it. I've got to do something. I've got to do something soon. It's so silly. All your talent will vanish if it's hit. So it's gone. It's gone. There's nothing. It's gone. It was nice knowing you all. But yes. So yeah, I'm gonna go fix my fingernail. And then I'm going to wash my hair. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just sleep with a bonnet on and no. I'm going to wash my hair. No. All right, chat. I'm just going to end stream because I'm pretty tired. So ouch. I'm just going to go. But thank you very much. It's not that crunchy. To believe you. Thank you. And Cult will get revived in another 4 years. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Bye. Bye.